Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
To see if we can bring in new importers who will be able to supply rice at competitive pricing. Look, it is a difficult process. The rice industry is like a cartel. Okay? So now we haven't been able to get new rice in with competitive pricing. We have verified all that they have said. We're working. There are some costs that we can reduce from this side, and we're working on them. On Friday, or Thursday, we received another letter from the rice importers citing all the previous letters, and they informing us that they have lived up to what we negotiated. They have a stock of rice that have provided, a major stock of rice, but due to the cost and all that they have factored in, they can't afford to sell at the $16.75 that we got it down to, and still requesting the government to bring it up to $20. We had several meetings with them over the last 3 days. Okay. Look, as the president has intimated, there is no other way around this rice issue, around self-sustainability, self-sufficiency.
So folks, this is Spoon TV namens Startropplay. His Excellency President Joseph Nama Boakai will shortly meet the rice importers amidst the increase in rice prices in Liberia. So here you have different representatives from different institutions of rice import. So they are all set here waiting for the president to have some meeting with them. You know, this issue is now the most trending. Recently, the Ministry of Commerce produced a rice price outlining the current prices from $16.75 to $18.50. And based on that, the president is now convening an urgent meeting with the rice importers of Liberia to be able to handle this issue. So once the president comes in and they go in the meeting, and then we will leave them. We are just here to bring you the opening of this meeting. When the president comes,
Yeah, okay. Chairman, please stand our chair.
Please have it before the president comes, we get a chair. Sit, my brother. All the able men here. Don't forget it. All these able men. Amen.
How much in USD? $19 or $20? $19. So you're almost like $3,700, $3,800. So when you started buying rice at that price? The whole bag. So how much you selling it for now?
I guess 60, I guess 70.
For the $60 cup. How much you sell that cup for the $60 cup? You sell it $50? But now the one, how much now? Wow. So what the reason of the rice price going up so fast and so soon? Wow. So all oil in the market now put selling rice for 3,000, 18,000, 7?
Yes. Whereas them coming finish, the people go buy, they say the rest coming finish from there, so some go buy it, so there.
But you were telling me, say, you buy almost $4,000, eh?
Yes. If I want 200, but if I do 4,000.
So the 3,008 oil up.
Yeah.
So you say your name again?
Joanna Ja.
Okay, Joanna, nice talking to you, eh? So this is Spoon TV, live at the Fairmont Market. And I'm in the Fairmont Market, me Hall, trying to sample views from marketers in this marketplace. No. Hello, Mama. Yeah, I'm from Spoon TV, man. I cannot talk to you. Don't be afraid. I came to ask about the rice price on the market. Waxing, I stay in the Oro Belt. I'm about to talk to a Liberian businessman who sells rice wholesale in the Oro market area. So, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, my name is Cyrus Waxing, and your name?
I'm Mari Cannon.
Okay, Mari Cannon. Okay, Mr. Cannon, so what your take on the rice inflation, the price of the inflation of rice on the Liberian market?
Well, the whole thing on the rice inflation is started from last week, Thursday evening.
Thursday evening?
Yeah.
Last week?
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you go buy rice, they will limit you. If you got 300 bed, they tell you they can only sell 50 bed. So we start wondering why is it happening. You know there's a where they are wanted to increase the price. So in that, try to know that yesterday evening now, but when we go in the morning, maybe if they take the 50%, they tell you still close. Here, they say close, you go Futa, they're not selling, you go any other business area, they're not selling. Yeah, so we start wondering. But just to know yesterday now, start buying red 18 or 50 cents. They say that the price is on
18 or 50 cents is how much equivalent in Liberian dollars?
So 18 or 50 cents, the rate is 194. So we will take it, we transport it for the $50 Liberian dollars. So we can sell it at $19, which will be like $3,800.
$19 US.
Yeah.
To the product can buy from you now.
Yeah.
Okay. So $19 US.
Yeah, and we buy it.
And same when it started. Same yesterday.
Yeah, in the evening.
Yesterday evening.
Yeah, from the afternoon to the evening.
Everybody buy they buy it for $19 now.
Yeah.
But you're selling $18 50 cents first.
Yes.
Okay. So what is actually happening? What caused the inflation on the market?
Well, they don't tell you anything. They don't tell you anything. They say
Why are the places you been buying rice from?
All the places like Futa, the K&K, Wani, but all the other people refuse to sell rice. Nobody's selling rice.
Okay.
Nobody's selling rice.
All right. Okay, thanks so kindly. You say your name again?
I'm Mari Cannon.
Okay, next talking to you.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan Turner with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to get.
Okay, tune to Spoon to get your information. Tune to Spoon to be part of our discussion, to know what's happening in Liberia. And of course, this is where you get the news. I'd like to say welcome. Thanks for joining us again tonight on another edition of the Late Night Show, the Late Night Politics on Spoon. We are here again, live across the Spoon Network. And yes, this is where we get to talk about the country, talk about the happenings across Liberia, bringing you an objective analysis on the issues here. And of course, then we afford you the time to weigh in your thoughts on those different issues here. So welcome to the show tonight. My name is Nelson Collier. the rest of the team will be joining in tonight, and we're gonna have a fascinating conversation. A lot has been happening in the country. Two key things, you know, and you will talk about all of the happenings in the country. If you didn't mention, then of course you didn't do justice to the issues. One has to do with the right situation. The next one has to do with the no-go zone enforcement from the Liberia National Police. This is something that's been ongoing for some time now. This is the second week of the no-go zone enforcement from the Liberia National Police. Yes, and so we're here tonight to talk about the issues on the no-go zone restriction. We want to talk to a NASAPA. You know, they're involved with road safety as well. We'll get their views on this particular issue, and where exactly do they stand when it comes to that. The team will join in here tonight, and we'll talk to them. Safety for Liberia. We're going to talk about road safety at a whole different level here tonight. And then on the flip side, lots of issues happening in the country. The president had a meeting with the rice importers today. You know, what are the issues there to talk about? Where do we stand? Well, a lot surrounding that we were waiting on, plus a couple of issues coming on here tonight. But I want to say welcome. Thanks to all of you for joining us tonight on the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. Let me bring Francis Jabate. Let me bring Francis on. Francis, welcome to the show, man. It's good to have you on tonight.
Yeah, Nelson, good to be here as always. Good morning to our folks in Liberia. Good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. Good to be here.
So yes, indeed, we're here tonight. It's indeed good to be here. It's good to come on here tonight again to talk about our country, to talk about the happenings and all of that. But I was just letting our folks know that we are going to have a great conversation tonight. We're going to look at road safety at a whole different level. You know, most times when these measures are, rolled out, the enforcement and all of those things, it's good to talk to the folks in the sector. I remember we had the folks from the motorcycle union here the other night, and we had a great conversation. We had Mr. Woos, we had Philip Woos, who joined us as well from the civil society background, and the motorcyclists, the leaders from different segments of, or the different layers of the motorcycle leadership, and they were here. We had a very great conversation that night. But we're gonna bring Philip Woos and his team back, and once they're here, we will talk about the issue that has to do with the no-go zone, the enforcement, and everything around that, what it means for Liberia, plus a couple of issues to talk about. And in the meantime, we still have the issue with the rice situation in the country. There's still, there are more developments, more updates coming up on the issue every day. So we'll get to talk about that, plus other issues tonight. But it's good to be here. It's a great thing that we're all here tonight. I want to welcome all of the folks joining us tonight in the comment section, the folks across the internet, on YouTube, on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV on Facebook. And the folks in Radio Land as well, listening to us on several radio frequencies across the country. So, Francis, I just like us to start the conversation tonight, and maybe we can recognize just a few. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you haven't dropped your hello, please try to drop a little comment so we can see your name come up and we'll recognize you. So please do that now. First name up is Alice Bond. Welcome. Cornelius Manifi George. Welcome. Abraham Senda Yeman. Welcome. Solo P. Welcome, brother. Says Lavette Bondo. Welcome. James Bemba, welcome. Hipko Kasi, welcome. Mahawason Bishop Memeka, welcome. Kuku Ish Zokro, welcome. Moses Cully, welcome. Making Moses, welcome. Moses Cully, Making Moses. Konya Lofa, welcome. Ruth Goba, welcome. Jotan G. Yanko, welcome. Mercy Bo, welcome. Mia, God Love Me, welcome. Emmanuel Petit Carr, welcome. Angeline Smith, welcome. Mr. Nathaniel K. Hill, welcome. Momo Johnson, welcome. William B. Morris, welcome. Elawson S. Jr., welcome. Moses Horton, welcome. Coco H. Okay, Zako, I said that. Babu Gordon, welcome. Prince E. Thompson Jr., welcome. Mark Lavely, welcome. Benedict Haley Bandu Konebo Koniga. People be making it in the people hard time, but welcome. Raphael the Second, Grateful. Welcome.
That other name part, you.
I'm not going by the hill. James Mahaba,
you murder that name.
Tommy Jr., welcome.
Look, that person is gonna take you to task. Why did you give a whole
different
pronunciation? No, I'll interrupt you now. A whole different pronunciation.
Remind me of the other guy that used to correct me every night.
No. I want us to go back to that name. The name you just.
Let me see. Let go back.
Is this?
Okay, yeah. Benedict. Benedict Haley Bandu, because it's Haley Hallie, then GBAN. So that Ban, then DO KONABLE.
Is
Haley
Benedict.
Yeah, say it. You say it, Satya.
No, but you're not giving me chance to say it. No, but then we will forget about the whole thing here. I trying to say the name, but for instance, you're not giving me chance. So I would just leave the whole name thing.
Let me mute myself.
No. You like you mute yourself. I will leave the whole name thing with you because, in fact, you're making the spelling of the name too long. You know.
That means spelling.
So, Tommy Jr. Yeah, no, Tommy Jr. Don't say the name now for fun. That name, that common name down there. But Francis is the one who has the problem.
But help me with my problem.
Epco Kasi say I should open the line so they can pronounce the name. This is interesting. Very, very interesting. But it's a good thing that we're here tonight and to talk about Liberia. We will start the conversation. We'll start the show tonight by talking about safety, road safety, the enforcement. No go zone. Don't go here. Go the other place.
I try my best.
Yeah, tell me, don't give the guy. Man, try your best. In fact, the person whose name you mispronounced just send me a text that they will take a serious issue with you. So
that work.
Be getting ready.
That's cool.
Okay, so we're here tonight. Of course, we're gonna start the conversation tonight on road safety. The last time we had the motorcyclist and the folks from Nasapa, they were all here, and it was a great conversation. No-go zone enforcement from the Liberia National Police has been going on. And there has been mixed views on this. There are others who think it's a good thing. Some people think it's now okay. Well, they all have reasons for that. But it's a good thing that we're here tonight. And to move on with this conversation, we have Mr. Weir Kapu will be joining us. Mr. Charles Coffee, I see, is already in the background. He will be joining us as well. And Mr. Philip Woos will be joining us. I see our brother, Mr. Moba Zoka, getting set in the background, but his camera is not clear. He will work on that. So let me bring Mr. Coffee on. As a matter of fact, he's the former president of the Press Union of Liberia, a veteran media practitioner, and it's a good thing that he's contributing to Liberia from this angle. Mr. Coffee, I want to welcome you to the show, sir. It's good to have you on tonight. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm hearing you.
Okay, you can hear me now, right?
Yes.
Okay. It's good to have you on the show tonight, sir. How are you?
Yeah, we are fine by the grace of God, and thanks for the opportunity.
Okay. Yes, sir. It's a good thing that you're here tonight, and we appreciate you accepting to come on despite the time and all of that here in Liberia, but you're here tonight to make a contribution to this conversation tonight. We're gonna we'll kickstart the conversation while we await the rest of the team to come on, but we like you to just take on from here. Let us know a bit about NASAPA and where you stand with respect to this no-go zone restriction from the Liberia National Police.
All right, thanks very much. And I know to have some historical perspective of NASAPA, I know Mr. Woods and Capel will detail that, but I know it's a safety institution, that really means business to ensure that people, conform to safety measures. For that of the no-go zone, we know is the right thing for the administration to do, and all of us will contribute positively to ensure the no-go zone because it's for the safety of both the motorcyclists, pedestrians, and the general public. Every country, they have measures, they have policies, they have procedure. So we need to conform to those procedures to have an orderliness and make sure that our country, the safe processes are involved are maintained. These motorcyclists, they are not denying plying the major routes of our country, but there should be a specific area and the safety measures must be put into place. I know it's working. It's working. The police is enforcing that, and the motorcyclists themselves, must understand that these measures must be put into place. You need safety gear, the helmet, and so far. And how many persons you carry, maybe one person with the helmet, including the rider, the police, the measures are put into place. Because due to the lack of the implementation of these measures, a lot of people have died, including some motorcyclists themselves because of road accident, and those accidents could be preventable. Because we got other accidents that sometimes they are not preventable. They are preventable accidents that are not prevented and destroying lives and properties. Young people are dying. Ordinary people too are dying as a result of people not, respecting safety measures. People riding motorcycle without sneakers or without shoes, without helmet, without any other thing. So in the event of accident, the body is the one can be affected. So we think this government is doing well to institute these measures. What we need to do as citizens of the country is to help the government to conform to these measures. And we at NASAPA, it is our responsibility to contribute our quota to the safety measures.
Wow. And let me welcome our co-moderator, Moba. Thanks for joining us tonight. As we talk about this, road safety in Liberia has been a major concern for a lot of people. Um, on a regular basis, a good number of the citizens are exposed to danger as you make use of the motorbike, and it gets to a point where it's not just about the motorcyclists anymore, but it's about even the cars. It's about the people crossing the road, the pedestrians, the most vulnerable road users. I want you to walk us through on what you think with respect to where Liberia stands right now when it comes to um, addressing those issues as far as road safety is concerned, and how much of an impact this regulation is going to have in that light.
Well, the first thing, I am a victim of this road accident, especially motorcyclists using the route. This month last year, May, I was involved in an accident on a motorcycle, and the vehicle ran into us, killing the motorcyclist instantly, and I have a fracture. I spent some time at JFK, went on a surgery, just recuperating now, recovering from the wounds. So it's very serious, and the dangerous thing was that the motorcycle was not insured, and the motorcycle himself died. The vehicles owner was nowhere to be found. The police investigation revealed that the guy was in the wrong. He was drunk driving. He was a helper. The vehicle itself was not insured. So we're left at the mercy of God and French to mobilize the resources to do treatment. So these are some of the things, being a direct victim of the situation. So I think the most important thing we can do to help the process is training, because some of these guys, and most of these guys, are not trained. They don't observe walking on the crosswalk. You see cars stop for you, but the motorcycle guy will come and just pass, and they've been hitting people on crosswalk. And if they had the training that you reach to a certain point of crosswalk, people cross, you have to stop, when to stop, when to move, all of this. So the lack of training is a contributing factor to the preventable accidents, and the lack of safety measures. Let's say protective gear, so forth. So I think training is very important, and these measures are being put in place by government. The no-go zone, the helmet issue is also helping a lot, even though people are experiencing difficulty with the issue of transportation, because many Liberians used to using the motorcycle to move faster, but they are adapting to the process. Some vehicles are coming out, and there are places they should stop, and people walk from Johnson Street, cross the bridge, come to Vatam. You can take care and take other things to do. So I think the training is very important, and that they should not be given license, because once you give someone, for example, you give them driver's license, that means I'm qualified, to drive. So we think it's important that the government gave them permit, and they go through training, basic training, those of them who don't have the skills, and then after the training, they can give them a license to apply certain roles in our country. So it's making impact significantly.
Wow. Okay. Let me give it up to our guys to come in with some questions. Francis, you have a question you want to come in?
He answered the question I wanted to ask, so I'll just make more of a statement, because he made mention of the insurance. The last time when this rule was finally enforced, we had controversies around it. People disagree, people agree. But I spoke specifically about the fact that people saying give them 3 more months or give them 30 more days and stuff, the insurance. And he mentioned that. So he was, I'm so sorry for what happened to you, and may the soul of the driver of that motorbike rest in peace. His family, his loved one just lost probably the sole breadwinner of the family, and you almost lost your life. Your family almost lost you that day, and I'm pretty sure you'll be with that mark for the rest of your life, unfortunately. But one thing we stress here is the insurance. It's the insurance, because if they enforce the laws on the books in Liberia, no motorized vehicle should be plowing the streets without insurance. Because even, God forbid, should that driver escape and they didn't find him, the insurance of that motorcyclist could take care of his medical expenses. And then we have people not enforcing the law against the driver, apart from him being drunk driving without insurance. So nobody could, even the send that driver to jail or prison, that was still not going to take care of Mr. Charles' medical expenses. So when we talk about no time to waste in our country, he could have lost his life. Unfortunately, the motorcyclist did. And now, who make the motorcyclist family whole? Who taking care of that financial responsibility, the financial responsibility that was left behind by that breadwinner? Nobody. Outside people get life insurance and other things and stuff like that. Our insurance company will be sued and they will pay a hefty sum of money. No money will bring the cyclist back, but his family would not lose that income that was coming in from what he was doing. But now everything is gone, and that's how people stay perpetually poor in that country, because there is no repercussion, how you call, making whole of the people that lose their valuables or their lives by other people's misconduct.
Yeah. So now this is very important. Mobile, you have a question just before I come in?
Oh, well, thank you, Nelson, Francis, and Mr. Coffee. Thank you for coming on the Spoon Talk. And all our viewers, I've been off the few days due to some personal issues and my illness and stuff, but I'm trying. Thank God. Actually, it's not most of a question, but like, Nelson.
Yeah, because I really want us to.
Okay. Yeah. My question to Mr. Coffee is, because he talked about training, means that he emphasized on training. So like, how the training going to be, or how, like, where it going to take place? Like, going to be like a workshop for all the motorcyclists, or probably going to be like maybe a classroom, something like everybody, like, day to day something, or hourly something, that the motorcyclist will come, you guys will teach them about the road sign, the pedestrian, the safety or stuff, something like that.
Yes, we have the training that will be in two phases. The classroom training to give them some theory, and then we have the field aspects. We have ex-police officers who were part of the motorcade of some presidents itself. We have some of them who served from Togo up to present before they retire. Some from Doe to Ellen, some from Ellen to Weir up to present, who in the presidential motorcade that have that expertise. So they will be doing the practical for them, but there will be a classroom training. And the training will involve a mobile training process. Because you can gather everybody in one place. You have over 350,000, I think 350,000. They don't have the actual statistics, motorcycling across the country. So we'll be arranging with some schools administrators. For example, we arranged with one of the school administrators in Logan Town to have a classroom, lecture first, that will have video and so forth. And then thereafter, those professionals will also lead them to practical. So it will be two phases: teaching in the classroom, and then they do the practical.
Yeah.
And then, for example, we have to go to, for example, the bombing. We'll move to bombing, identify them, and do the basic training, then they do the practical.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for answering that question. And my next question will be like, because some of the motorcyclists will say they don't have money, right, to attend.
Yeah.
It will be something like a volunteer, like free something, or the NGO coming, or you guys take the initiative, like, okay, you know what, we're gonna do it, or they're gonna pay money to attend. And to that question, let me add a little bit on the end. How it gonna be like because a lot of motorcyclists out there, you guys, like, you don't know all the motorcyclists, and maybe some of them will maybe resist maybe to now attend, or maybe some will come. So if they graduate, you guys will give them like a certificate or a lesson that they will be able to be identified. Like will not be, maybe people will not use it to do fake something, because we know Liberia people will take care of the World Trade Center and duplicate it and bring it out and tell Liberian people say, I attend that identical institution that a lot of people graduated from. Me too, I was one of the graduates. So what the business thing, or what the what I would say, what's the what I would say, man, oh my God,
Yeah.
I forget.
So
Okay, what the
I
basic need you guys will put into place,
Yes,
that will be
the
able to
first
protect that identical aspect.
we'll be working with the motorcyclists union. There are 2 in the country to identify their members, and then we'll be working with the Liberia National Police, the Ministry of Transport. So the transport will be issuing the license, the police department, whatever. So they will be part of the training. They will have people, collaborating with us. So we'll work with the police, we'll work with the transport ministry, and then we'll work with the motorcyclists union in the country. We know they've been complaining about appalling economic condition just by the using the motorcycle to generate funds. And the training is not forced, but there's a compelling need that they have the basic training. So the fees will be determined, it will be affordable. We can't just leave it open, because the ex-police officers or the other professionals who will be conducting the training and other staff members, they may need transportation. So I know it will be affordable. Our CEO and the rest of the team will work on that, but it is affordable. And from what I'm getting from some of the motorcyclists, there's a level of appreciation of the training. There is a willingness on the part of many of them to go through the training, because you know about our country. Somebody will just wake up, his friend will train how to just move the motorcycle. The next day, see them using the motorcycle, say they are rider. The passengers don't know whether this person is trained or not. There's one incident I can remember this morning while I was using the keke to go to town to observe things. The car did not have helmet. It's a narrow area where he just stopped there because the police had a boundary that you had to have a headman, whatever people passing. So they didn't come towards the Miracle, but it brought some students going to one Islamic school between 12 found there. The guy had three of the students on a motorcycle. That he was at the edge. In the event of object hitting him, he will damage those children. So the parents too will be. That's why Carpet in the other area they're doing the safety measures, doing the awareness. The parents too will have to talk to them, and the training it will be affordable. We'll train them. There will be fees charged that will be determined, but they are not forced to attend the school. But I know their willingness on their part to attend the school, because once you are not trained, you don't have license. That will be appealing to government. They can give them permit to be running, but because they have to be trained to have license. And after the training, it will help to reduce the accident rate in our country, because there are basic things that they don't know. Imagine somebody carrying 3 students and they're sitting at the edge to ride a motorcycle. A professional motorcycle rider will not do that. It's risky. So the training will be good. Their willingness on some of them part will convince the union so that we can conduct the training across the country. Our classrooms maybe at the time will take between 20 to 40 questions at a time. It will be about weekly program, then weekend practical, but 6-hour weekly. As time goes by, depending on the population of the group, will increase the time. But there will be a basic training, and immediately after that training, they will have that skill because they'll be practical also. So there will be a minimum fees that will charge that will be determined by the administration of the NASAPA.
Yeah, Nelson, I don't want to do my last question. I don't know if you accept me, because the other question, he answered it to my. I just want to re-emphasize on it. Like the one that I said, like if they graduate from the motorcycle school, right? And you guys working along with the government, there will be any ID card or certificate that will be issued to them.
Okay,
I come in. I come in. Let me conclude. If one will be issued to them, right? In case I'm a motorcyclist, I graduate from your motorcyclist school, and then I receive certificate or ID card. and I get my friend look at and go to World Trade Center and
Okay, a
photocopy one.
duplication is there? Whether there will be
There
anything
will be
in
a
to
difference so
prevent
that you put in the system.
duplication. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are measures, and those measures creates a compelling need for motorcycle not to duplicate that, because after the training, we'll give you certificate, then the government will give you license. So not just bearing our certificate without license, because on the basis of that certificate, you have a license. So it will be difficult for anybody to do that. But, you know, people always involved in criminal activity to have some measures, security measures on that document that we can trace. If you duplicate the document, we will know.
So let's bring We Are Carpet. He's trying to log on, but he's finding it a bit difficult. So let's have him on the line in the meantime while we try to get him on live on the show on the stream. Mr. Carpet, welcome to the show. It's good to have you on tonight.
Well, thank you very much. I am so glad and elated to be a part of your great program. I follow it every night, but thank you. I'm happy to be on.
Okay, so you want to drive us through where what your position is. First of all, tell us a bit about NASAPA, because Mr. Coffee said you're in the best position to do that, and you can tell us where you guys stand with respect to this no-go zone restriction from the police.
Well, Nelson, NASAPA is the acronym for the National Safety Partnership of Liberia, of which I am the Chief Executive Officer responsible for public service and institutional development. We are into public safety, but of course, with emphasis on road safety. So whatever is needed to be done so that our roads are pliable in terms of safety from the point of view of having all of the infrastructure, all of the markings, all that we need so that we look like a country with a very good road safety culture.
Okay, so you can just hang up the phone. Let me get you coming from this end. I see you are here now. Okay, so welcome to the show.
See the beautiful faces that I hear every night. And so, gentlemen, my name is We Are Carpet, and I am the CEO responsible for public safety, public service, and institutional development of the National Partnership of Liberia, National Safety Partnership of Liberia. Like I was saying, the work we do in Liberia, we've been around, let's say 15 years now, and we have been creating awareness, meeting public officials, trying to encourage them so that they take concrete actions, deliberate ones that leads to a culture of great roads that our people can use so that accidents don't occur that lead to injuries and fatalities. That's what we've been doing. And then regarding the subject under discussion, which is the no-go zone, the restriction government imposed on motorcyclists, we think motorcyclists under our laws are also, they do have rights to the roads. They are part of the vehicular systems of our country. There's no way that you can put them out. If you read our laws, you even found out that a wheelbarrow is allowed to be on the road. A push is allowed to be on the road. So also are donkeys and horses. But when there are all those objects of movement that allow people to plow the streets and go faster when they are on the road, how they conduct themselves. So for the sake of this discussion that concerns the restriction government has imposed, we think there is a need for a great deal of relaxation of that restriction to be done, so that some level of awareness is created. And while the awareness is being done, let what we call permits be granted to the motorcyclists to plow the streets, because they use the motorcycle.
I want to come in a bit. When you say a need for some level of realization to be done, so as to get the motorcyclists in the right position, what do you mean? You want to maybe emphasize on that a bit?
What I mean, Nelson, they already have 3 months to begin to gather themselves. I mean, the riders.
Yeah.
Okay. We believe the 3 months are not even enough, simply because these young people, whether you give them 6 months, when there's no education, no awareness given them as to their civic responsibility, civil rights and responsibility, what they ought to do and ought not to do as Liberian citizens when it comes to road use, giving them 1 year, 2 years, 6 months, all that I think will have little bearing. Therefore, we are calling for a little relaxation, and that relaxation should go with some permits being granted them. With that permits, they use their motorbikes and do what they are doing, find their living, while a well-structured education is being provided. Which is why we are, Mr. Coffee is on the show, and I heard him mention of the fact that we are beginning a motorcycle training school. We want these young people, if I'm not young people, because there are so many adults that ride motorbikes, so that they use those vehicles to make a living, pay taxes, or they go to the extent of through registration, they add to the revenue basis of our country. So they are completely useful people. But if we ask them to rush off the street, then that is like disenfranchising them. We will infringe on their civil rights as citizens of this country.
Wow. This is huge. So now let's talk about how you intend to roll this out, and what sort of feedback you're getting. We will come back to Francis and Mobile to throw in some questions to you as well. But how do you intend to roll this out? What sort of feedback are you even in conversation with the government with respect to what you want to do, and what are they saying? What sort of feedback are you getting as you intend contributing from this aspect?
And let me confess to you, this is becoming so complicated in the ears of government, which is why they seem not to let me not say pay attention to us, but they are not forthcoming as we suggest these things. So we believe continuously when we talk about suggestions like this, it might sink down. One of the opportunities we have to talk about this is tomorrow when we do our media roundtable with media managers, straight on public safety at the Corona Hotel. We're going to talk about this and ask the state. We expect to have representatives from the Liberian National Police, from Fire Service, some international partners are coming. At that occasion, we expect to say to them, just as I am saying, so that when these people, when our riders are using the routes, as free citizens, within that time, they can be made, not possibly, they can be made to acquire some level of training through basic awareness programs. Those programs will tell them what to do as a citizen, what not to do as a citizen. All right, and we hope that the leaders of this country will not continue to politicize the issue of motorcycles and their riders. When they need them, elections are around. When they need them, they embrace them and call them, darlings of the day. But by the time they have won positions and they are now seated in offices, comfortable with their friends and families, then the motorbikes and their riders get demonized by them. This is what's happening, and we think this is wrong. Do you know that in other parts of the world, motorbike riders do have representatives in state houses, in the congresses of different countries? For example, in the great US, I hear that motorcycles do have their lawmakers. They have lawmakers that represent them. We will get to that will create the awareness so that these people are not be seen only as criminals, let me say, because that's how we call them.
Okay. So, you want to come in, Francis?
Yes. Yeah, I have two questions. The first question, Mr. Kapia mentioned at one point that the government should allow these guys to, the motorcyclists to ride with permit while they go, maybe while they get their training that they need. But first, my question with that is, why these guys are using the permit if it is allowed? Are they going to be insured?
Well, let me answer your question. Once a permit is granted by a state, the permit will be synonymous, will be equal to somebody registering and bearing a license plate. All right, so a motorbike having been registered and the rider is carrying a license, because that will be issued by the state. In terms of insurance, even as they don't have registrations on their bikes, they are not insured. So that risks go. But the fact that they will bear now the former state documentation, it even puts them in a safer position. I just to answer your question.
No, but we cannot just gloss over the part that they may or may not have insurance, because your colleague over here, Mr. Coffee, is also a victim of an accident involving a vehicle and motorcycling. So why should we are advocating for the motorcyclists to be licensed or maybe be able to run their business? We also got to make sure the public is also safe. And if in any eventuality where there's an accident or damage to property, they should be made whole. But if there's no insurance, and let's say the accident is the fault of the motorcyclist, who's going to pay or take on the cost of the damage caused by that accident?
Well, first, we cannot ask for who's going to pay. By the way, in this country, insurance is almost nothing to write home about, simply because insurance companies and firms are shutting down because they have no people, no persons coming to patronize their business. So all we saying, you are saying, and I am saying is, even if cars are registered and do have, all of the registration papers, the question of insurance could be compulsory just from the point of sale. All right, and that compulsion will come out of the fact that the buyer of vehicle or the buyer of a motorcycle, so to speak, is aware of the positive benefits of being insured. Talking about caring for the victim, caring for property damage in the process, and all that. So first thing first, we cannot, pack them or throw them off the streets. We cannot do that. Many Liberians do depend. It's not other countries that have subways and all that. Many of us in this country do use the bikes, and that's the fastest and as you say, even though dangerous, but the fastest way to go to places. So throwing them off the streets will even harm us, as you say, because of places we have to go will not go as fast as possible. So for the time being, let me repeat, let's relax the movement that we are imposing on them and give them permits. Those permits will be recorded in government documentation that, so and so rather has been issued a permit, and that permit, whenever there's a crime or whenever there's an accident, based on the permit we issue, we are able to trace who's involved, whether there was casualty, fatality, we know that person passed away. And we're able to use the permit, the information to inform the person's parents or family. Otherwise, for me, it's just too political the way we do it now.
I mean, not to dwell too long on this, but you did not answer my question, and I see this is a sensitive topic, because from your end, you are coming from a business standpoint, because you are wanting to run a school to train for pay, and that's a capitalistic society. I'm okay with that, but we cannot negate the fact that.
No, excuse me, Francis, I am not coming from the business. The business person is with you, there, Mr. Charles Coffey. Excuse me. Mr.
I thought you guys were partners, but however, we cannot ignore the fact that there is danger, there's risk, and we all know that people die, pedestrians die, passengers on the bikes die or get sustain severe injury. But we are concerned about cyclists not being removed from the street because that's how they make their living. But what about the person who is going to work to make that living to take care of the family? But when they should get involved in an accident and lose their life or sustain injury, there's no insurance to make them whole. So what becomes of that family? Because it seems like you're only concerned about the riders, but not the pedestrians. So my thing here is we want everybody to do this, but do it the right way. But not saying, okay, let them plow the street, but what?
I think it's a different. I think it's a different conclusion you are tying around in. Okay, Francis, and it's unfair to do so simply because that's not what I mean. Now we have riders that are not registered. Still, passengers that ride with them, and when unfortunate situations happen, those passengers even get no attention. The riders, if nothing wrong happened to them badly, they run away and they leave the passenger vulnerable. The government has no way of tracing that passenger, the riders, right? As opposed to when they are registered, or given some permit. Under the permit, where they live, who they are, I believe. I don't know what data that might come.
So basic information will be there about the riders and everything, which makes it easier to trace them in the case
to trace the person.
But just to get to my second question, Nelson, so we don't dwell on this thing the whole night. If we are going to do this in our country, we should do it right. We cannot say people should be plowing the street with motorized vehicles that can take life or destroy property without insurance, but pedestrians should just leave their own regard because we want to take it one step at a time. That is not right.
Again, Francis, I don't think that's what he's saying.
But he's not answering the question about. Ask a question about insurance. Well, he said nothing about insurance, but only concerned that the guy should get permit at least with that information. So one of the examples was when the God forbid should have cyclists die, the permit information will show where the cyclists live. They have information about our cyclists and things like that. But what about the pedestrian or the general public?
But Francis, what do you say as we speak? What do you say about motorcycles that are not registered? Pedestrians are also victimized.
Francis, can I come in?
Go back to the drawing board and not put people down the street that is not insured. Encourage that.
When accidents happen. So, perpetrators of those accidents, maybe out of recklessness, out of carelessness of riding, people get hurt. People get disabled probably and completely unable to do things for their family. And you never find who has done that. As opposed to, we're talking about insurance, right? Insurance is after you have to be aware of even the insurance that you are picking up as an insurer. Or somebody that has the policy with them. The benefit of even being of insuring yourself as a rider must be known by the person who is buying the policy. So how do you do it? It's education. That's the point I'm making. So let's do the first thing first, and let's give them permits. Under the permits, we know who we issue these permits. When I say we, I don't mean as Papa. We are not government. We are not partners. We have nothing to do with government in terms of partnership. We are completely independent. Okay, but let's the state. We should say this are the next.
Yeah. So let me come a bit. Let me come
here. Before you come in, I wanted to. Before you come in, I wanted to throw light on the issue of the insurance, please.
Yeah. So that's what I want us to do. You can some light on that, and then after that, this question will go to the both of you. And that is if we're going to see, because I want us to look at the round table as well, because I think this is where this whole thing is taken up from. whether the guys are going to be trained and all of that is going to start with the roundtable, bringing the policymakers together. But I want to know as to whether the motorcyclists themselves are going to form part of this roundtable that you're talking about. I think it's tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow.
The media roundtable, yeah. So whether the motorcyclists will be a part, but you can throw in light on the insurance aspect, then we can come to that question. We should go ahead.
Yes, I think NASAPA is not against insurance, and for too long, this country we have not observed policies, so we continue to degenerate into a chaotic situation that people becoming victimized on a daily basis. We know as captains we have to do advocacy. The motorcycle, I think the motorcycle, they have places they are in. It's just that they got specific areas that government is disallowing them, and they are not even completely stopped from flying to those routes, but they need to have headmen, have other protective gear. Insurance is very important, so that before you purchase a motorcycle, even they themselves, that's why the education is important. You can be using a vehicle without insurance. You must insure so that because in the event of accident, the rider will be unconscious. For example, in fact, it's on a regular basis. If you follow some statistics, motorcyclists become victims in the event of accident, even if they come in contact with any other object, because sometimes they are not visible, and because of the form of the riding they do, they are always victimized. So they may be unconscious or they may die on the spot, including the passengers. So the insurance will help if people who will survive for the treatment. So it's important. NASAPA on insurance. We don't think we're against insurance. Insurance is very important. They need to be insured. But those are the advocacies. The education will be provided. You can't have a motorcycle, even though we say the economic constraint. Many of them started the process after the war. Former ex-combatant and young people to find the economic needs. In fact, another point, Manaseliv administration, they wanted to stop the importation of motorcycles. But then Mr. Woods and the rest, through advocacy, said we can't ban, the importation of motorcycle, but, training, other things should be done. So I think we have to start instituting measures, So the insurance is very key. NASAPA is not against insurance. Only the awareness must be provided, the education, so that they will know that they must be insured in the event of accident, so that they can have some level of benefit. Even though many of them, they will still complain. In fact, the headman issue that the rider needs headman, and then the passenger needs headman, they will be complaining that, one crew will not be using one headman signal, different things they will be talking. It is level of us now to provide that level of education. That things are around us. We have to start from somewhere. We have to make sure that people respect the policy. You can't just get on the road, your colleague train you, just teach you how to move the motorcycle, then you risk people's life. Because the passenger don't know whether the person is a professional rider. They get behind the car, he run into vehicles. In fact, they say the dodging between the vehicle, they don't even observe any traffic rule. At the end, the person is victim and no insurance. Sometimes they escape. If they are not affected and they see blood on the passenger that have witnessed, the motorcycle will escape and leave the motorcycle. They will now have no way to trace them. And the premier will help that process. So who comes in? But if that motorcycle, the person is insured, even if they escape from the wrath of the public, the insurance government can trace them if they have their record and take medical facilities. So it's important. The insurance is important. We are not against it. They must be insured. They must have the protective gears once they arrive to a particular area, because it's not just about government putting into measure. It's for everyone's safety. It's for the safety of the motorcyclist. It's for the safety of the passengers they are carrying. It's for the safety of the pedestrians on the road. But you have no headman and you ride anywhere in case of accident. This morning between UL, the main campus, and the police station, a white guy was riding. But he had headman, and when he fell, he was trying to dodge a truck coming. He went the opposite lane, and he fell. He came with hair, but the headman helped him. Everybody was standing. So it's very important. We know that things are difficult, but let's start a measures. They must have headmen for their safety. Many young people have died because of lack of protective gear. When the motorcycle issue started, JFK, they just put them and put them down. They have amputated many of them. Some of them have brain damage and they have to die because no headman. nobody to insure them. So that's why NASAPA is saying that awareness, we are then, when we engage in the awareness to educate, what we give them enlightenment. Because for me, I don't ride motorcycle without helmet now. I don't even ride motorcycle because of the trauma. Because if you want a motorcycle to carry you because of the commercial purpose, you even advising them to stop, they will say, in the Liberian public, they will not get life. So there, many of them infiltrate the motorcycle riding issues. Some of them use that for criminal in the night. No trace on them. People kill people right to Barnum Junction. 2 ladies were killed by criminals. Sometimes they on the motorcycle, midnight, they get things from people. And you don't trace them. So these measures must be instituted, stringent measures, to protect the motorcyclists themselves from criminals who are infiltrating them. So when they have the permit and they are insured, they said they can arrange the government work with them, and no government must be providing people who will be importing motorcycles in the country that must import these motorcycles with helmet and other protective gear, so that when you go to purchase, that package should be there. And you go through the training, you have that. Even they should start insurance process to help them. So that SAPA is not against that, as we are saying, but we have to conduct an awareness, the sensitization to bring them on board. If you give Liberian motorcycle, even tell them, say 1 year, we'll give you 1 year to get prepared, they will not get prepared. You give them 2 years, they will not get prepared. So it's important we provide education while these measures are being instituted. They must be moving. Yes. So that's why I want to throw light on that. We are not against insurance. In fact, we've been advocating for insurance.
Yeah, and that was very important. And but I want to welcome our 2 colleagues to the show. Vasco, thanks for joining us. Welcome. And our co-host Emmy, welcome to the show as well. So let's next up is the question about the roundtable as to whether there's going to be the involvement of the motorcyclists themselves, since in fact they are the ones who are most times directly affected by this.
Well, Nelson, it is our expectation that the motorcycle union leadership will attend, because we extended them a formal invitation. In fact, as we speak, I had the opportunity of hosting their president, the very John Quinn. I think he was on your show or on his phone a few days ago. Okay, so he visited our office, and we used the opportunity to extend his union a formal invitation to attend the roundtable. But here is it. At the roundtable, one of the things that we want to share with the media is the Desmond research findings, which prompted the formation of NASAPA in the first place. Okay, before you do any new thing, you have to find some information that helps you probably to justify why you think the organization, so to speak, that you are setting up. So between 2007 and 2010, a research was conducted in 10 of our 15 counties regarding road use, regarding the overall transport sector, pedestrians, education and training and all that. Guess what the finding of the research found out? They found out that more than 90% of drivers in Liberia at the time were self-taught. Self-taught. Never went to driving school. It was like, you pick your friend, or you buy maybe half gallon, whether for taxi or motorbike, which had just started, and you go to the football field or behind a church building, and then they teach you. The next moment you are on the main road. So 90% of such persons were found to be self-taught. The next was 95% of drivers and pedestrians knew little about their responsibility. Civil rights go with responsibility. It is people's rights to be on the road, use vehicle, the most expensive car if you want, even the heaviest of truck if you want, it's your right. But using those machines on public road goes with responsibility. Our research found out that time that 95% of our people use the road, they know their responsibilities. More than 90% of drivers are uninformed about government's road policy. Imagine, there are policies, there are rules and regulations that people must know before they even drive. Because if you go to the driving school, those things will be taught. So we found out that 90% of people didn't know the policies governing the use of roads. In the research also, we found out that 85% of road users knew little about the importance of vehicle insurance. Francis, you were talking about that. Insurance is something that you know, probably where you live, the country you live in, all right, makes it compelling, whether you want it or not, because of the system, you must insure. Even your own life, probably the food you eat, right? But here, it doesn't count, right? And we hope the time is now that counts. But it must go with the period of awareness, which is why we are asking for this, you know, a little reprieve. So within the reprieve, a little bit of permit. That permit allows us to know who we are issuing the permit to, where that person lives, and so we can check the person in terms of their conduct on the road. All right, while they go through formal training. In the process of that, we also discovered that the government itself didn't have proper record keeping when it came to accident reports. Nothing concrete that was like record to prove that, you know, these are fatalities, whether female, whether children, and other. Completely poor. So this was other things helped us to form NASAPA. Now, during the roundtable, which is tomorrow, we expect to make some recommendations to the state. We expect, for example, to ask the government to enact and impose legislations that safeguard road users. We believe when people who drive recklessly and kill people carelessly, those people should be charged with manslaughter, as opposed to what is happening now, complete leniency, to the extent that you know, truck drivers even joke, in an accident they can't kill anybody for accident. After some persons have been killed or totally made disabled for life. You hear truck drivers, you hear bus drivers, and I'm not singling out any persons here, but people who perpetrate accidents deliberately say these things. They only find some money, go and sympathize with the family, help to bury the dead. So we are asking in our the discussion tomorrow, our recommendation to state is that there should be tougher traffic laws that makes the state charge people with manslaughter when they carelessly kill people.
Well, and yeah, so I guess you've concluded on that because we have limited time now. We need to we have to wrap up on this segment and make a quick transition because we're gradually running out. But we have Emmy. Emmy is here to ask a question, and Vasco is here to ask as well. So, Vasco, if you have a question, you can go. And then Emmy, you want to go? Okay, Emmy, go. Then we can have Vasco to come in.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Or to Mr. Copy.
I think so. Whichever one can answer the question, I would appreciate it. It doesn't matter. So, you know, I like what I'm hearing, right, from you, Mr. Wia.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right here, see it. Because this has been a worry for some of us, you know, living in the diaspora. Every time we talk about it, we get insults, and people tell us that they make us understand that Liberia is a country where you know, they don't say it directly, but that's how some of it, when I hear stuff like that, that's how I feel like, oh, this is Liberia. This is not America. Make me feel like you think animals live in those areas and humans live on this side, which is not true, right? So I like what I'm hearing. And you'll have people just intentionally get drunk and get into cars and go and destroy people's lives, like you're saying right now. So, having some sort of punishment, drunken driving, and all of that, and manslaughter, that would be maybe it would minimize some of those something there. And then again, some people are skeptical, right, about the same term. This is Liberia. People, these motorcyclists or taxis and stuff go and pay money to insurance and all of that. And then at the end of the day, for the insurance to who is part of the bargain when something happens, and they just be like, oh, nothing happens. They just pay for nothing money and nothing come out of it. Those have been some fear of some motorcyclists and taxi driver as well. So, is there going to be any regulation on the insurance companies as well, or is just for the drivers?
Well, let me pick up and then my colleague Coffee will come in. But here's it. I'm not going to make my word on this. What you just said is one of the deficiencies of this country. That speaks to the governance system, the way we are leaning with wrongdoers.
Right.
I guess all of us know that even in the US where you live, that the American government orders private firms to ascertain how they carry themselves in dealing with the American people. So it is expected that whoever is in authority, whether now or then, should muster the courage under the law, because almost everything we do in this country is tailored after America. So if Americans are their business people, including insurance companies, to have good policy, to deliver good services, why is it not possible for our leaders today and then to do the same? So what we expect motorcyclists to insure their motorbikes and themselves, insure their vehicles, so that at the end of the day, if there's a problem, there can be coverage for the victim. We also expect the state to compel the insurance company to pay premiums, I should say. So yes, your question is in place. We will continue to do advocacies like this so that the relevant laws and the strengthening of all the legislations will come about, and so that we all have a civilized society. It's not only dressing and wearing nightgown like I do this evening, okay? Because in Liberia, our civilization starts and ends with putting on clothes and putting on table rings, right? Women wearing heavy earrings and fine colognes and the head got good and things like that. That's our civilization. But the dead around all speaks to public safety. We don't care. Plastic bags everywhere, right? When breeze is blowing, especially the dry season, plastic bags are flying into people's faces. That's public safety, but we don't care. Our leaders don't care. So that's the issue, madam.
Thank you. So this is going to be is it going to be the motorcycle and the taxi drivers as well, and bus driver, or is just motorcyclists? Because I don't think some of the taxi drivers are also in violation of some driving rules when it comes to insurance and registration and all of that.
The insurance is not only unique to motorcycling. Insurance for everyone. I mean, there are laws on the books. The insurance institutions are working, and we got statutory institutions that will ensure the enforcement of that. So the quote-unquote Liberian way that when we pay money to the insurance, anything happening, they can't do anything. That's why people say it. We have to ensure the implementation, the enforcement of this policy. Let people go and insure their vehicles. They can get third-party insurance, whatever. They got different categories. So that policy must be enforced. That's why we are urging this government and those measures government start instituting to enforce policy. The problem in the country is the enforcement process. Even the manslaughter we are talking about. I mean, if it is being enforced, there are laws on the book. Manslaughter, which is a 3rd-degree felony, when you take accident and so forth. But what we have is that they should go beyond that and review that law if somebody drunk driving or intentionally kill someone, like in other countries, you go to jail for years. But here, sometimes the police detain them, and after a certain time, they leave. So the insurance, both for motorcyclists, taxi driver, bus, or everyone, we insure ourselves. So insurance is very important. When we begin to implement all of these policies, it will work. But we'll continue to do it the Liberian way. You pay money to insurance company, they will not come, or they can't give you attention, but they don't make effort. They got categories of insurance. So all of these, the enforcement will help in the process, and the awareness we are now conducting. Because the motorcycle, reason why we're making more emphasis on motorcycle is a form of movement that in most cases, most of the rider don't respect traffic law. They don't respect rule and order. They don't care, So that's why the emphasis is on there. You will not see taxi driver reaching to, I'm talking about generally reaching to crosswalk when people stop a red light, they will pass through. But in motorcycle, where the red light is on, pedestrian are crossing, they will pass through. So most of the policy enforcement will help us. That's what making emphasis. Insurance is good. They need to enforce it. They will help us. The roundtable, as you say, is good because it will bring together the stakeholder, the police, the transport ministries, the motorcyclists, the media, if that are supposed to be driving that, to have an understanding about the role of NASAPA and the dream of the institution to complement government's effort to ensure the safety of our country. In fact, we have been going from place to place, creating awareness. The last time we were to JC and our institution, to the school, educating the little ones, how to cross road, who police officers, all of these safety measures. So we got a lot to do. It's not about the commercial aspect, but it's for the safety, to save the lives of Liberian people. And most of the accidents involving that motorcycle, because of reckless riding, the truck driver too plying some route that they don't need to plow the running, hitting motorcycles without any remote. So when these policies are implemented and the government is enforcing that, it will be a win-win situation. Our country will be better. We can cope with other countries in West Africa. Just enforcement is needed and awareness.
Thank you. Pastor, go ahead. Thank you.
So, Nelson, Nelson, can allow me to just add it? Okay.
You don't have a question?
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
I came in late, so just listening.
Okay. So if the question, I wanted to add a point that we will put to the discussants at the roundtable tomorrow as our recommendation to the state, and probably we might have on this point we might have maybe not a strong point, a strong notation of it, and from the ambassadors that we expect, the ministers, the different kinds of stakeholders that will be, there might be other little things added so that it gets stronger. And the point is that the government considers the disrobing of any police officer that will engage in malpractices, and in that process, the government should put in place some law or a law that will allow ordinary citizens to photograph police officers while they are working, knowingly or unknowingly to them, photograph them. The second thing that we will, in respect of that we will call for, is for the state to plant cameras on police officers that go to work. I guess where you live, this happens, and so there's been, I think George Floyd, the black guy that had his 9 minutes, knee on his neck. We understand it was somebody's camera that testified. The footages helped the investigators to find the perpetrators guilty. So we are calling for this to happen in this country. All right, so that at the end of the day, police, who are the first, the front liner of something that is between the administration and the ordinary people, the citizens, will not do things arbitrarily and go free, because their cameras will find them out. Their own cameras plus the cameras of individual citizens. So that's part of the thought I'm going to share that we're going to mount tomorrow when we have the roundtable.
Yeah, before Cindy, before you come in, I don't think, let me just make a clarity. I don't think when it comes to public official or officer or police officer, whosoever is bound that citizens have the right to recall you. In every country, a public worker, so long you work for the state, in a uniform, you can be recalled anytime. People can recall you on as long as you're in the uniform. It's not off duty. As long as you're on duty, you're in the uniform. It is compulsory. Like if you want to do it, but it's not like it's banning probably a law that no one can video tape a police officer or what. No. So it's something that is as long as you're in a uniform and you're working for the state, it's free. You can videotape any police officer at any time, anywhere. So let me just clear that before my brother Sandy can come in.
Okay. That's something that we have investigated, right? There's this freedom of information law, and then people want to smash cameras. If somebody is displaying a camera, trying to take a picture, there are places that the law says you are not supposed to snap. Let's talk about police officers. I mean, they will almost want to harm you. This is the level of brutality that we think in the absence of awareness on their part, having gone to police station maybe taught that aspect of not to do it, but they come to the field and do the otherwise. They make us to know that when you snap a police officer who's misbehaving, come to Park Up in Junction. They're everywhere receiving $5, $10, $50. Their pockets are all lined up in real life. Yeah, they do nothing but kekes. They hang on kekes just to take $5, $20. This is terrible and shameful. But if you took a camera now to take anybody's picture and you were caught or seen doing it, I mean, you imagine what's going to happen to you. But when there's an open law, law that is pronounced and well known, publicized, I mean, I doubt the police officer will want to go back at any private citizen that has done that.
But the police themselves know the law. It's not bound that citizen can recall you. It's not bound. Like they know the law, but because it's not implemented, if they harm any citizen that probably taking a picture or maybe videotaping it go free, scot-free, so it will be like, okay, you know what, we can still do it. But they know the law. It's not bounding on any citizen. As long as you're on duty, you are right. I mean, citizens are right to recall you because they pay you. They pay you getting if from the citizen themselves. We pay you, so we got a right to recall you working for us.
We running out of time.
You are right. Kappa is right. You are right. People got to test the law. For me, when I'm driving, you ask me for my driver's license. I want to see your badge and see your identity, not just wearing the police uniform. It's your responsibility. I see your badge no more, and your identity before I give you my license. Even though, I mean, everything you have to give a license to police, I will not do that. Certain times you see some police officer, they are not unified. You want my license? I said, no, please identify yourself. So people got to test the law. In fact, we are calling for when people who are violating traffic, the punishment, the punitive measures, those fees, government can use that to generate funds. They need to review that. They need to review that. People got to impose fine. People who violate, there should be sanctions. Once these sanctions are being enforced by the police, I mean, it will minimize the kind of violation we're getting. So it's important. But another thing now is the awareness. We have to educate the citizens that you have the right to complain the police. That's what they got traffic code. You have the right to complain the police officer who may infringe on your rights. They are not saying when you police, then you don't violate. So all of these things, we got a lot to do. Now, SAPA has a lot to do, and you people are also helping us in the process. The awareness, our country, the awareness is very important. Testing the law is a difficult situation to some people. They just say, let me leave my own way. God, no. We have to test the law. We have to enforce the law. Once we respect rule and order, the country will respect the law of our country. There will be policy measures. We will respect policy. Systems will be put into place. But every time we can respect the rule of law, and those measures that are instituted, who's supposed to enforce those measures are not enforcing them, then of course it's a problem. Now, SAPA has been contemplating on a petition. Maybe we, as I mentioned, that such petition to the legislature.
Yeah,
We are
right.
even calling for increasing the salary of the police. Minimum should be 500. The police officer should be well paid. Also, to address some of the factors, people, not enforcing the law. If a motorcyclist carry 4 person, they're supposed to carry 1 person with helmet. It reaches to the police officer, they will stop them. Some of them, not all the police officers, they got professional police officers. But some of them who miss the bad apples, they will talk to them, take something from them, they allow them to go. But once they are well paid and they are being monitored, they are being checked, the law is being tested, we will get somewhere. This country will move somewhere. We can just leave our country in the kind of mother and phone to say, oh, that Liberia, or that Liberia, or that Liberia. So the responsibility is with the government to protect life and properties. And the protection is to enforce the motor vehicles law, to enforce traffic law. That when somebody violates traffic law, they should be punished. If you drive, drunk driving, reckless driving, that manslaughter that is on the body law should be reviewed and you go to jail. Not just, somebody went for 1 week to the police or 2 weeks, you give some 5,000, 2,000 to the family member after the burial. Everybody abandoned the family member. What happens to the person's children?
Right. Thank you, sir. Not to interrupt you, but Sandy, if you got to go with your question, just so time is fast spent.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes. Well, it's good to be on the show, and I apologize for being late, Mr. Carpet and Mr.
It's me.
Coffee. I apologize for coming to class late. So a lot of the things that have been discussed, I'm not in the know of, but I met you talking about basically traffic safety and the enforcement of the traffic laws that we have. And I think you are talking both ways, holding police officers accountable and also holding our drivers and our motor riders accountable. I think that's where we are.
Yes.
Now, on the issue of the motorcycles and the insurance, I think we are still getting it wrong in Liberia. And this is my opinion. I will come to my questions. I think we are still getting it wrong. We get there, but we are still getting it wrong. I think it's very complicated when we insure individual motorbikes. Let's say, Sandy, for instance, I get up today, I bought a motorbike, I come to you, you insure me, I'm just an individual. There are hundreds of thousands of us on the street, or maybe let's say thousands of on the streets, and you insure us individually. It becomes complicated for you to keep up with us, right? There's so many accidents, motorbikes are very risky. What other countries do is that they put them into group, right? We form a group. Let's say, I'll use Rwanda, for example. There's a motorbike association in Rwanda that actually manage the operation of all the motorbikes, right? It's a group. So the individual don't go to an insurance company. The insurance is bought through the group. The group manage that insurance and they have records, they have registration for all the motorbikes, they have a way to identify them. But they're doing a group to make it simple. We need to get to that point and get away from insurance individual bike because it's very risky, right? And often you will not even get everybody to comply. But I'm moving on. When it comes to police, I heard you saying, oh, we should mount camera on the police so that their camera will capture activities and the camera of citizens will also capture activity. And you make example with George Floyd in the US, right? I think that is a theoretical discussion. It's not practical in Liberia at this point. Police don't even have uniform, right? They don't even have cars. They are not unified. And we're talking about mounting camera. To mount camera, you must have sophisticated uniforms. I think your group should also advocate for the proper care of our security forces in the country. Where police, like you said, you're advocating for pay increase. Let's advocate for proper uniforms for our police. It's important that our police are identified and they are well uniformed, they are dressed appropriately. And the government must be willing to spend money on that. And they must also have transportation, right? For us to talk about mounting cameras on them and so forth. I think the only question I have, and please forgive me if this question has been answered. First, is your organization a private organization?
Yes, it's non-governmental.
It's non-governmental. So
Yes.
are you then engaging our legislators to put forth a bill of, address some of these issues that you're talking about? Is there going to be those two bills? Are you putting in laws, and are you doing it through the legislators?
Yes, we are formulating a petition that is we expect to present to the legislature that will detail some of the concerns we are raising, the increasing salaries and other remunerations of security officers, meaning the police, and the motor vehicle laws that need to be reviewed. The one that we think is weak can meet with present day's reality. All of these things are being contained in a petition that we expect to present to the legislature.
Thank you. Because I came late,
and if I should add, we do this in as our week of what we call hashtag commit to act. Okay, this is a campaign and advocacy that we are into, along with thousands of other civil society organizations around the world that belong to the Global Alliance of NGOs for Road Safety. We are one of in fact, we are the first Liberian organization to become member of this alliance. And so we are participating in this campaign, and part of the expectation in participating in this campaign is to petition the lawmakers, is to engage with the public, like the roundtable tomorrow, like the visitation at the JCN Howard School at Joe Bar, speaking to the young people. Like today at the ERW Junction, we're engaged with the motorcyclists and educating them about their rights. All that is part of our activities in observance of this advocacy that is taking place for 1 week. Beginning that started on the 20th yesterday, and will end on the 26th. All right. So Charles mentioned about the petitioning ceremony. We hope that Speaker Kofa and President Pro Tem Lawrence Kanga will all be present, because we've written to them to do so. So yes, it's part of the way of pressing policy makers and decision makers to take deliberate actions that leads to strengthening our roads, strengthening the rules around the use of roads, so that the use of roads can be safe and completely standardized, as opposed to what we have now. Our streets are not marked. As we said this to President Boakai at his church on Sunday, this gone Sunday, he was there, and the National Safety Partnership was highly honored by the church in terms of worshiping with them. And we had a chance of speaking and mentioned this to the president, to his state, and told him that the government needed to wake up and give premium to road safety issues. So yes, just to let you know why we are doing this, and we'll continue to do this as long as NASAPA exists.
Thank you.
Everybody else have a question before Nelson?
I kind of had a follow-up, boy. I don't want to take.
Yeah, I have a question, but I just wanted to see, because everybody else went already. Amy, Moba. So I have one question.
Yeah. So so you can do your follow-up, Cindy, and then we can wrap up on this segment, because we have to transition.
President hasn't gone yet, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so just quickly to our guests, are you guys going to be partnering with the Liberian National Police when it comes to your training process that you want to put out there? Because the Liberian, as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, there is no training process on the book in Liberia where somebody can go and say, okay, in order for me to get my license, I'm going to take this reading test, then I'll do the road test, then I get a license. I believe you're just going to get eye checkup and all this stuff and give you a license. Or you go to a driving school and bring a certificate.
Yeah.
But that's the concern that I have. because like we know in Liberia, we're good at duplicating. Anybody can bring a certificate. There is no database to track, say, okay, this school where the Liberian National Police going on the Ministry of Transportation is going to go on the school's database and check to see if John Brown actually went to that school and got a general certificate. So I think if you guys are going to go in that direction, maybe you can partner with the Ministry of Transportation, where you can share data that people coming from your school with the certificate can go and get a license with the Ministry of Transportation. So you can be like a branch of the Ministry of Transportation responsible for the rating and the road test. Because the whole system, the way it's set up now, it doesn't make any sense in Liberia where you just get a doctor, go to a driving school, and the government cannot verify that you actually train.
So Francis, are you asking a question? Or
yeah, my question is, are you guys going to partner with the Ministry of Transportation to be the training arm of the Transportation Ministry to guarantee people are actually trained before they get licensed?
Yes, we as earlier indicated, we are collaborating with the Liberian National Police and the Transport Ministry. In fact, our trainers, some of whom are ex-police officers, it's a clear indication of our desire to work with the Transport Ministry, because we can do the safety or training of motorcyclists without, working with the government. So yes, we're in contact and we are collaborating with the Transport Ministry. They will be visiting our training centers and we share our data with them. In fact, it is the police and the Transport Ministry that will be responsible. The police and the transport gave license. So we are collaborating with them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And if I may add, and I agree with Charles, but there can be, some feet dragging for some reason, because almost every aspect of our country that our ministers, our directors, fail. They open small NGOs, they open small, companies around themselves and put friends and family members. All right. So once this whole issue of driving school, starts with the need for, a school to train motorcyclists and even drivers start to come alive, we suspect that state functionaries would want to set up their own things, okay? Just for the sake of the money and not offering the quality education that will be needed. This is to say that while we partner with the police, while we partner with the Ministry of Transport, while we look forward to all of the collaboration and coordination and whatever it is, we will not be bogged down by anybody's, personal interest to hold us down, because it is our right and responsibility. It is our right as citizens of this country to contribute to the well-being of the country, regardless of who is in power, regardless of who wants to make profit. So yes, we will collaborate, but we'll not wait until they have killed our dream and aspirations.
Thank you. Sandy, you want to come in with your follow-up question before we?
Yeah. I'm struggling, again, maybe because I came late and I apologize, but I'm struggling to understand, to capture whether your organization is a business or it's a non-profit entity that is advocating for road safety and the enforcement of regulations in Liberia. If it's go ahead, sorry. What was the answer?
Yeah, our institution, as I said, is a non-governmental, non-profit institution. It's non-profit making, it's non-governmental. We are involved with this process to complement the efforts of state authority and our own contribution to the development of our country in the safety sector. So I earlier mentioned about charging fees here. There'll be fees affordable. Before you do training, you go to school, you got to register and do other things. But it's not profit making,
Okay. And this is attached to an international branch. So yes. Can we then say that you are being sponsored by the international branch, or will you be sponsored by the Liberian government to some extent?
Well, what we would do is to engage in proposal writing with our partners, international partners, and the rest, not to rely on government, though government may come in if they see the need, but we say it's not governmental and not profit making, these kind of institutions normally rely on, proposals with other people in the terrain. So, we are not directly being sponsored by government or waiting for government to sponsor us.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. So, you wanted to throw in a little light, Mr. Happy, just before we wrap up?
No, I wanted to throw in the light.
So, anything? Let's go to our guest to do that parting comments. Anything you want to say in closing, just before we let you go, as we get ready to transition to the next segment. So let's start with you.
There's an audio problem right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I'm not hearing.
Are you hearing Nelson or not?
He's having a delay.
Yeah, delay. I think I'm hearing you now.
You can. Okay. So he was saying if you wanted to say something or give your parting comment.
Oh, okay. Right. So, may I thank you so much for the opportunity to have us on this evening on national issues. And I think you've done us a great deal, especially in our efforts to ensure public safety, to ensure road safety. There are a whole litany of issues regarding public safety that our country needs to take care of, for which we at NASCAPA, look forward to all the partnerships, all the relationships that we can build, all the friendships that we can find anywhere around this world. We will need even money, because we are a non-governmental organization. We are a non-profit making people. What we do is, I don't want to say sacrifice, because it is our responsibility as a people to see our country become one of the best countries on earth. And as far as I can see, in terms of topographic, in terms of landmark, in terms of vegetation, I think this is the best nation on the face of this planet. All we need to do is come together and make it the way we want it to be, in terms of dealing with each other, in terms of even manipulating and maneuvering our own little aspects of life. Which is why we at NASCAPA again look forward to partner with all of you. Great faces I'm looking at, nice Liberian colleagues. We could talk after this moment, and then we see how we partner and move together. So we thank you on behalf of NASCAPA as the head, responsible, the chief executive officer responsible for public service and institutional development. We are grateful, and we look forward to joining you again. We'll pray for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sir. Thanks, sir.
Mr. Charles.
Yes, all right. Thank you very much. Specifically on the aspect of the training, we want the motorcyclist to see this as an opportunity, because government will enforce safety measures, and we support the enforcement of those safety measures. But the first thing is to allow them to have basic training for the safety of our passengers, for the safety of the motorcyclists themselves, and also the aspect of giving good salary and remunerations to our security people, meaning the police officers. Once they are well paid, well identified, will be a win-win situation. So indeed, the training will be affordable. We are non-profit making. It's just to complement the effort of government, so the motorcycle will have that basic training, because we notice that many of them don't have that basic training. They just do it by hand, just for the sake of economic gains. So we help in that process. We are collaborating with the police, the transport ministry, all statutory institutions that are responsible to ensure safety measures. So thank you for the opportunity. Again, we want the motorcyclists to avail themselves. The school is not for profit, but to help them so that they can be in the best position to move in the particular area they are allowed to move. And they should respect the rule of law. They should respect safety measures. They should have their helmet. They have the protective gear for the safety of themselves and the passenger they are carrying. The insurance also, it will help in the process, even though they're talking about difficulties, but it's the process must be insured. All of these things will help our country. It will help them. But thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Coffee, and thank you, Mr. Kape. We appreciate the both of you for being here tonight, and we look forward to seeing you again. Road safety is very important in Liberia. So many lives have been lost as a result of this, and what you're doing is an intervention that every well-meaning Liberian will have to push in whichever way they can. So again, I want to say thank you, and we look forward to seeing you here again, sir. Thank you. Have a good night, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. So,
okay,
folks, here we are.
Thank you.
Now going to transition. Okay. So we're going to make the transition now to other issues. Plenty of things happening in the country. You know, the president had a meeting with the rice importers today. Finally, the president said he will not accept that whole thing about increasing rice price. No. The presidential press secretary, after the meeting came up, had a press conference, and she said that there will be absolutely no increase in the price of rice. President George Weah made a post today. I don't know how many of you saw that post relative to the same rice situation, how this government. And
say that again.
Yes, it has been a kind of back and forth with Bida Soare. Welcome. I know Bida was waiting for.
Nelson, we didn't hear you for you said Joshua said what? Can you say that again?
Yeah, he made a comment regarding that as well, the rice situation and the way the government is handling it. And so there has been a back and forth with this whole situation. Before coming to the actual rice issue we want to talk about, we saw Liberia under President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, an economist, Harvard-trained economist, someone who was trained at Harvard University, one of the best schools in the world, an economist, steered the affairs of the country for 12 years. And at the end of it, she said we should brace ourselves because things will get worse. It will get tight. Well, she gave it over to a football legend, a soccer star, someone who was the shining star of Africa. He waved the Liberian flag across the world. Under his watch, football or soccer was buried in the mud. Let me put it that way. Soccer saw absolutely no light. Liberia was zero when it comes to soccer, which made him a mega star. We are seeing, and then he gave it over to someone who is an agriculturalist, someone who has worked in the agriculture sector for a very good number of years, someone whose degree, education is in the area of agriculture. Now, given what we saw under the previous presidents, I want us to start the conversation from here before moving to the other aspects. Is there any hope that under this agriculture president, that the agriculture sector will see any light? Now, let's go back again. Under the Harvard-trained economist, after 12 years, she said we should brace ourselves because it will get worse. Under the footballing president, he said, in fact, the national team was zero. Liberia did not make any significant part in terms of sport. Well, we are under the agriculture president. Is there any hope that agriculture is going to see some light? That Liberia is going to start feeding herself? Good thing is that the arrest agenda has something there capturing agriculture. Let's hear from you guys. Let's hear your take on this. Let's start with Amy, the only female on set tonight, and then we can make the round table.
Nelson with his history. First of all, I don't know what you mean by Ellen said we should brace ourselves. Did she say this at the end of her term, or was this said?
Oh yes,
at the beginning?
Amy, yes.
At the end?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, she. I think she's the like my brother would say.
And
prophet,
she was basically she was basically saying that in reference to the Ebola situation, but she told Liberians that things was going to get worse, that we needed to brace ourselves because there were tough times ahead after the Harvard economy led the country for 12 years. Is there any hope?
There is hope, Nelson. And I'm not I know people always want to study Liberia from the past, which is a legit concern because that's what's been going on over the years. But I somehow tend to be like a little optimistic, right? That we are in a new era, and I don't want to project the old thing on Liberia. I'm only being hopeful, and I am being prayerful as well. I know some people don't come out here and talk about, oh, prayer don't have anything to do with this. I'm not saying go and stretch your hand down and start moving cutlass and brushing our farms and doing something. So don't come here. My Bible tells me in everything I should acknowledge him. Okay, so however you understand the word prayer for, if you don't accept it, that's your problem. But I know what I'm saying when I say prayer for. So
I mean, no one has said anything yet, and you're forcing with your own analysis. Why are you forcing with your own analysis, Amy?
Nelson, why are you cutting me off? Thank you. I'm giving what you might call it? What do they call it then? Oh yeah, help me out, Vasco. Like you, the Englishman. What's the word I'm looking for? Anyway, I'll come to it. Not monotonous, please don't tell me monotonous. But yeah, I'm giving a little, caveat, I call it something before, because people are like, God had nothing to do with it. God, yeah, he has a lot to do with it. And it's not in any way I'm saying I put your hand between your leg and let God come brush your farm and do the note. That's not what I mean. But I tend to be hopeful now, and not rely on the past and be that, because it did not happen in the past, or because this person said it, so it will not happen. All we need to do is to continue to do the right thing. And we hope and pray that this government turn the clock from the business as usual. Does that mean mistakes will not happen? Does that mean it's going to be perfect? Absolutely not. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to happen overnight either. Okay? Just because you see a little missteps here and there, does that mean that country will not do that? Or that government will not do that? No. I don't have that kind of thinking. Until I can see towards the end and I see the same thing, that's the only way I'm going to have that mindset to say something when I have, but we still have time, and I think something can get done.
Okay.
And I'm hoping and praying that JMB means what he said, and he know what this country has been through over the years. So it's not an easy task for him, considering where the country is now. Madame Seri must be a soothsayer because she saw this coming and she put it in where, and she put the country where she helped put it. But she must have been her soothsayer because it is in a bad shape and everything, and it's not something that's going to happen overnight. Like our brothers and sisters on the other side want it to look like you destroy and you want me to just take my hand and then slap it together. No, it doesn't happen that way. But there is hope. I do have hope, and I think something's going to change, Nelson. Is this going to be 100% a miracle, magic one? No, it's not. But something will change by the grace of God.
Thank you. Sandy, let's hear from you, sir. Then we take Vasco and then Francis.
Nelson, the question is if there is hope. I want to agree with Emmy. I mean, we are hopeful. When we came here during the campaigns and said that President Boakai is a better alternative to the past administration, we meant it. We know that he's a better alternative. So we have high expectations, and but we believe that things will be better than they were in during the past 6 years. However, we must also be honest with the trend that things are going, and we must be very careful and also be willing to question the trend that we are seeing. While it is true that President Boakai may have his own expertise, we can see that those around him, some of the folks around him are having a lot of missteps already. Some of the things that we saw during the previous administration, the lack of communication, wrong information dissemination, hidings of truth, we are seeing some of that happening right now. For instance, the president trip to where was that, Guinea-Bissau, where the information is so conflicting. The issue of the rice things that just happened, where the commerce minister came up and told the Liberian people that there will be an increase in the rice price. And our president, after consulting with the importers today, came out and say, not honor his watch. Again, it just leaves people to question who's really running the country. Why would commerce minister come up telling the Liberian people that I am confirming to you there will be an increase once I got to do a follow yelling here small so then they can keep quiet. I'm sorry. Why would the commerce minister come up, tell the Liberian people that there will be an increase in your rice price, and then the next day our president is coming, having a very brief meeting with the folks and saying this will not happen. This thing should be handled before they even come to the public. So we are very hopeful that things will be better. We are hopeful that Liberia will take a positive trajectory under this administration. But the next steps that we are seeing must be corrected. And if they are not corrected timely, Nelson, then it's scary to say that we may not just make any major progress. So it's too early to lose the hope, but it's also not too early to point out some of the failures that we are seeing right now. Thank you.
Pascal?
Yeah, let me say hi to everybody.
Mama, you chilling or you can
let me say hi to those in Radio Land and those that are following us through the social media. I mean, there's always hope in anything that you do. But for this administration, there is no hope for Liberia. Absolutely no hope. Because these people don't know what they are doing. And every day I will say this. Because look, this is a digital war. This is not the 1940 then when Bwakana went to school. Now, you cannot lie to people and you feel you will get away. And they continue to lie. They continue. And they know very well that there will be research. People will find out. Today, I know we're going to get there, but I cannot still understand what is happening. And the myth that people passing around with that Joseph Boakai got degree in agriculture, that's a lie. Which school did he get a degree from in agriculture? Joseph Boakai graduated, I was saying, a business administration. Now, way back degree, all the time degree at the University of Liberia. That the myth you guys passing around with that, oh, they made agriculturalist, so the agricultural sector will boom on this man. Thank God today he's president. The Liberian people going to see. For we say what we could, tell our people. People say, oh, don't mind these people. They are seditious. They don't know what they're saying. Those guys, they are children. They don't know. Let us bring the experienced people. Let us bring the people that have the technical know-how. See the technical know-how people today. Then you still talking that there is hope. There is hope under our president that the commerce minister will take decision. He sat with the mayor. They came to understanding. They went for the make-up press briefing. What the whole country can listen to. They may announce something. Then today, he called the people and he said he cannot agree. You cannot agree to what? So, I mean, I will stop here with, now get to the issue of the write something today, the meeting I have with the rest importer. I will wait for that discussion. So, but this man, he now got no degree in
Thank you, Vasco. We're not evaluating degree. I think we should stay on it.
I got to learn now.
Well, exactly. You're not less. That is no hope.
That it made your movie around with. I still got to
go ahead. I'm sorry. What about chilling today? You want?
Well, thank you. Let me say hi to each and everyone, and to everyone that is following this show by whatsoever means. I'd like to say it's a pleasure being here back to discuss issues of concern. I've been following the show, and I think there are a lot of education around road safety and how people should present yourself from some basic things as to being in guideline with rules and law. But I think we're discussing the issue about whether there is hope, basically from the statement that was made by the former president. And I want to believe that there's always hope. No matter, regardless of what side we support, there's always hope for the country we're from. So for somebody to say there's hope, and at the end of the day, in your mind, there's no hope because somebody is serving as president that they did not support, I mean, it is unfortunate, but we can understand some of these things. For me, I would not jump the gun to say there's no hope. In as much that we come here, we acknowledge some of the misstepped, bad governance, as soon as it is, but there's hope for Liberia. The only way hope will not be for Liberia, it is when people like us who supported the government say we don't have no interest to checkmate the particular government that we supported. The only way there will be no hope for Liberia if various platforms have dissolved to say there's no interest in discussing some business interests, the business issues in the interest of our people. Right there, the hope of Liberia have dropped. But as long the existence of platform, I mean, people who feel Liberia could get better with some of these conversations, there's hope. And let give space is space and understand that governance is not a magical thing. along the way, there'll be most of the things done. Nobody is free out of mistakes. Even in our human life, we make mistakes. But the greater thing about mistakes is you must always acknowledge and stand to correct the mistakes that you have made. That is the good part of every human being. That is out of governance. So there's hope for Liberia, and we'll always be able to uplift that hope by saying what is right, what is not right. So I think when it comes to the issue about that question is there's hope for Liberia. Let me say in a nutshell.
Okay, I guess it's my turn. I mean, you know, it's amazing that our brothers from the other side can come on and say, "Oh, there's no hope." He right. He did not see hope during the last 6 years because imagine something you have complete control over. I still sit there and say former President Weah was one of the most selfish soccer player in 1996 when he won the title in a good way. Because I never saw any other player in the world that swept all the award. Even BBC then started giving award to just one player that year. European best, Africa best, world best, every best, but then worst president at the end. The man came to power, and then the Liberian national team just went flat. They played that people saw say, "Oh, they made Red Pride expensive, but at least Lone Star were on the map." So there was no hope for Liberia in the last 6 years. But like our colleagues said, there is hope. There is hope for this for our country. This 4 months in. Our brothers from the tree there, they want to compress 6 years into 4 months. It's not possible. That math came out as President Keith said to do it will not happen. So yes, the mistakes that they are making, we are going to keep checking them on it. But gradually, it's going to pick up. Because when I sit here and just be quiet, you know, like the folks did in the last 6 years, only I was there, Zegwe, Muya, and that's it. Nothing else. Baku is strong. Then you go record the Christmas. Then he go sit down there. That's all he was doing. But President Barker, we will check him. All the mistakes they are making, I will continue to check them because we cannot afford to let our people experience half of what they experienced in the last 6 years. So there is hope. Brother, that 4 months, you have 6 years to enrich yourself and kill our people by not doing what you're supposed to do as a government. So that's even criminal. So there's 4 months, things we will check them on it. But Liberian people, there's hope. And that's part of the reason why CDC will never see the executive manager. Like I said, there will be tourists. You only walk on Capitol Hill and take picture of the executive manager, but you'll never go inside there as head of state.
Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Francis.
Yeah, thank you.
Baba, so you want to host the show?
Yeah, no problem. You can host it, man. Yeah, but let me just get my 1 or 2 cents. You see, everybody bashing out the president by coming out because the current minister the first to come out saying few days, maybe in few days the rest price will go up, and the president come out and portray that statement. Look, that's what a good leader do. When commodity prices went on, the last government that left power, the president came out and condemned any president that was sky going. Even though the current minister said 500, he was sitting in his office and shaking his head, yes, 500. And when last he ever go on radio, call a press conference when you call general and talk to the Liberian people. When last? When we're talking about precedent, look, JMB did the right thing. We shouldn't come here and say because his current minister said different thing and he ain't saying different thing. Let me say the same thing in the meeting and disagree, and he gave an opinion. But because they go by his opinion and he come out to say what he got to say, no. The Liberian people's staple food is rice. You see people devote the president behind the scene. People devote president behind the scene, but they got to come up publicly and say it. So if the president coming out and telling the Liberian people say, I mean, and tell the dealer then that, oh, you know what? It's not under my watch, rice price will go up. He mean business. He communicating with his people. He looking at the need of the Liberian people. So for people to put, for people to include politics in this, I think it made no sense at all. I see my brother Vasco sitting here trying to say, oh, they say the mega did, the mega that. No, let me tell you, the agriculture sector will do better under the regime than George Weah regime because there are mechanisms they are putting into place. It will not happen in 4 months. 4 months. 4 months government in power. Then you're expecting for everybody in the entire country to start making fun. It's not how it works. It got to be a budget, increase in the budget, increasement in the budget. People got to buy all the equipment and try to station everybody at least to go and work. It will not happen in 2 or 3 days. No. So when I come here and say because the mega degree in farming or he get degree in agriculture, so many Liberia did it. No, my brother. When we come on the show, we got to be specific when we're saying things. We shouldn't come here and be attacking something where we know that we have no idea about. You understand? You have no idea about what the people say behind the scene. And you come here and say the current minister say different thing, the president say different thing. That's not make no sense, my brother. That be frank. They may get it right to the president. The president is the commander-in-chief. He can buttress any minister that say things against his way or the Liberian people way. He got the right authority to do that. So if he coming out to say what to say what he said today, it's right. It's in the confines of his job, of his duty.
Thank you, Mama.
He got to communicate with his people, and I think it's right. And let me conclude by saying that because he said that, I think rice price will remain the same. I think $18, right? During your regime, it was almost $20, $21 buy rice. But now it's still $18, and you're all on Facebook saying the rent I go to $20. You're kind of fat, man. You shouldn't be lying to the Liberian people.
Thank you. Nelson, you still want to reminisce? Sandy?
Can I respond because they may attack me too much?
No, you didn't attack you.
My man, nothing you have to respond about.
You want 20 seconds, you get 20 seconds after Sandy.
Yeah, let me use my 20 seconds wisely. Mova, let me respectfully disagree with you. We are not saying that President Bouaka should not have meeting with the importers. What we are saying is that such meetings should have been held prior to the pronouncements of the increase in price. Amin Moda came and told the Liberian people he held a huge press conference. He didn't just get up to host that press conference. He had informed the executive, the president, of the decision from the importer and said these guys are going to increase the price and negotiated with them. This is where we are stopping. This is the agreement. The rice price will go up. He informed the president. Don't tell me Moda is doing something that the president is not aware of. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. Moda didn't just come out of his ministry, come to the Liberian people and say, oh, the rice price will go up prior to discussing with the president. I disagree.
And Sandy, that's where I want us to take the conversation from.
Yeah.
The commerce minister said the price of rice will be increased by $2. So there will be an increment of $2 to the current $16.50, making it $18. That is $18.50 for the 25 kg. He stated the reason why this increment is going to happen. And like you said, Sandy, yes, he said that this is coming as a result of what's happening with India and the 20% and all of that. But today the president is saying no. He said not under his administration. The president tried to give Liberians some hope following this meeting. And the information is that this meeting is going to continue tomorrow. There's another round of the meeting that's going on tomorrow. So, guys, tell us, man, what do you make of this back and forth? Commerce Minister is trying to present it as a situation wherein the dust has been settled, where the president is saying that it's not going to happen. Now, one thing I want us to capture here too is that this has been a cycle for us. Presidents yesterday, presidents today, they've always arrived at this point where they will have to meet with the rice importers. But with what we're seeing now, especially the stance that the president has taken, does this bring any hope for the Liberian people? Is there any reason for Liberians to sit back, relax, and say, oh, our president got this, there is hope, and the price of rice will not increase? Let's start the conversation from here. And Emmy, you can take on the rest of it, sharing it across the table.
Well, sorry, go ahead because you're not here, right? Oh no, you did.
I was fly, let me get him.
Let him fly.
Let me get him on flight. The VP took Bwaga took a private one. Let me take my private flight as well.
Oh boy, here we go.
Anyway, remember Nelson, I mean, you just said it. I mean, that's where I was going as well. We applaud the president. We thank the president for taking a bold step to meet with the importers. We thank the president for that. We are all happy that the rice price would not increase. None of us want to see an increase in rice price. What we are saying is these negotiations should have happened prior to Amin Boda coming out. Don't come out put fear in the Liberian people. Tell people that the price will increase. Our people are all over the place. And then you come in calling those people, the rice importer, having a very brief meeting with them and saying that the price will remain the same. There is some sort of miscommunication between the Commerce Ministry and the president. And that's what we should recognize here. Nelson, to your question, I don't think this is going to be a long-term solution. I don't think so. I think something was promised by the president to these people that is going to be temporary, and it's not going to be long-term. What we need to get to is a long-term solution. The government have some taxes that are being imposed on the rice importer. Maybe they need to reduce those taxes or the tariffs, all of those charges, reduce some of them, take some of them away, knowing very well that this is an important commodity and we need to have it stable in Liberia and the price need to be stable. We need to manage the price. And one of the ways to do that is to take away some of the charges that is coming from the government, being imposed on the rice importers. Once we do that, instead of giving them some heavy incentive like what President we had there, I think that was not okay, right? $22 million, I believe, was what was given to those people. Instead of doing that, take away some of those taxes. Use that money, like that $22 million could have been used for farming in Liberia. So we can do that temporarily, take that taxes away, right? Or some of them reduce it. And then we also then get into farming in our own country. Start to invest money into farming. But the meeting the president had with them today, we have seen it during George Weah time. It happened during Serif time. These are temporary solutions, just to keep the Liberian people calm, temporarily.
Thank you, Cindy.
They are not long-term solutions, and we need to get to long-term.
Okay, long-term solution, which is Liberia making its own rice. Okay.
Yes, and Mother, just to end, the president did not buttress. He did not buttress the Commerce Minister. The president did not even revoke what the Commerce Minister said either. The president basically said, let me have a meeting with these people after the pronouncement has happened. That is belittled. It should have happened prior to that.
Thank you. Go ahead, Bida. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I read that statement on the news today as regard to the president meeting with those input. But basically, I asked myself a few questions. Was the meeting only held with no alternative, like maybe the rest input having some benefit in return? Because when you say you reject the increment in rest price, there were no fixed explanation as to what the rest price will be giving back. But I don't know whether it is to gain some ground to say, oh, the president reject that increment and we'll go the regular way. And maybe in a meeting, some things happen that we don't know as people. That has to do with the information dissemination and from government. So we are agreed that there should be strategic planning put in place to prevent some of these things. But again, basically when it happens, you don't just want to take back to see it reach a certain level where your people will suffer. We appreciate the meeting. And of course, like all of us say, I mean, we need something to be sustainable. It has always been the normal cycle of things happening that our people are now being benefiting in future times to come. So at the end of the day, most of the things will be done on the basis of mere political achievement, mere announcement in the name of, oh, our government is doing right for all. But what will you do further to sustain the issue of people not coming to encounter some of the basic things that we're encountering today? That's where we're speaking from. Past government over and over have come to do some of these things, and it has not been sustainable. So basically, we all would like to say to our government that you need to do something that will amplify you from taking you from this temporary way of doing things by handling. One thing I think about again is it is that only the rest importer were told that we will not accept the increment that would, like I said previously, there was nothing being given. Then we are off for trouble, and if they will not be getting nothing in return, because I'm seeing a serious crisis in terms of rest importer might say we were set by to say, okay, there will be no increment, but when I import right in Liberia, wherein the commoner will suffer. So I've been thinking those are basic questions that I actually been thinking about. It is that the president only said to them that we will not be accepting the increment and there will nothing be given, that nothing will be given in return, or absolutely there will be something will be given, but that was not communicated to the people. Well, so when you talk about government being transparent and accountable, I think these are business places that people need to understand what is the full detail about a meeting. So, but it is good for Liberia. Now, Stan says we have to minimize things at a certain level that the people will not suffer. But again, we have to do things not as usual, like the president always said. We have to get from that point B with a doing thing and bring it back to the point A, which is more of the improvement aspect of the lives of our people. So I think when it comes to that meeting, like we all predicted, that it's gonna be a give and take, and probably government will come out, like I said yesterday, government will come out and say, oh, come on, we're not increase rice price, and other supporters will see it like it's a game for government. But for me, I'm not seeing it as a game for government, but I'm seeing it like we should do things beyond the regular way. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay tuned. They'll come back to you and let you know what all went on. Go ahead, Vasco.
No, Vasco went already. It's my turn.
This is Vasco. This is a new topic.
Oh, okay. Vasco, go.
Vasco already had. We all on the first one.
Anyway, look, today's meeting was just a useless meeting. Because every meeting there should be solution. If you call a meeting, there should be an outcome of that meeting. Today, what happened is like the same thing when the president went to Bomi County. That he just said, "Oh, we need to close the company down." He's not even taking into consideration the process in closing a company down. Today, almost the same thing he's doing. I don't know. Y'all go back on our executive marshal website and read. And what I saw for the hot pepper newspaper, they said the president walked out of the meeting because there was no solution. He just told the people, say nobody will increase rice price.
Really?
That's how it works. But read it something here. If the executive marshal is telling you, let me read it. They short the paragraph. They say, meanwhile, the government of Liberia has advised strongly that there will be no boarding of this essential commodity and no cross-border transfer or transshipment from Liberia. That is, they and these people, they never came to no understanding. They try to impose on these people now, don't increase the rice price. We are in a negotiation with them. So what
this is hot pepper.
They are bringing the Ministry of Justice. Y'all read the thing there. They are bringing the Ministry of Justice, the Commerce Ministry, other people to enforce it. So what the rest importers are going to do? They're going to close their warehouse. If you do not negotiate with them, they'll close the warehouse. What will you do? You'll carry army people, police people to all the rest outside. There should be negotiation when you have a meeting. This is what we came on to the government of Liberia. Have promised these people to subsidize the rice. Look, some of the things I say, most of the things you can be talking, no evidence. People just be talking. I put on 22 million. When the government of Liberia doing the president, we are turned. When he met the rest importer, they said, the same thing today, they're telling the government. The people said we want to add $2 to the rest price here. The government said no. We don't want you guys to add $2 to the rest price. What the government will do, that $2 you will add to the rest price, the government will take the responsibility. Because we know the commodity, the rest here is now a serious problem. That's what the CDC government did. So like that made there 22 million there, nobody here can go bring any document. When you were doing campaign here, people there coming on all kinds of propaganda.
Thank you, Vasco.
So that was it.
Okay.
So their meeting today, it was one of the, it was meaningless.
Okay. Gotcha.
Useless and meaningless.
Thank you, V.
No outcome. Thank you.
Outcome is no increment. Go ahead, Francis.
I want to show your barrier doing.
Vasco didn't know about uselessness, because I was rampant in your. Vasco, stop. Mute yourself, please. Mute yourself, please. You're not that special. We just have to make sure that people get. Stop. Mute yourself. We just gotta make sure that people get information to contrary to what the psychometry is throwing out there. So when you say useless meeting, you're professional in uselessness. It was rampant in your thing. But also, I would say that the president cannot just say there will be no increase. These people are business people. They're in the business of making profit. So if their bottom line is affected on the global market, somebody will bear the cost. So until we can stand on our own 2 feet, and say we are going to cut our dependence on foreign rice, and the buck stops with this administration as opposed to the past administrations, there will be no change. So you can just come and say no increment on his watch. He's not the supplier. And rice prices has gone up. We saw the interviews today from the street. Spoon TV was out there interviewing people. Rice prices has gone up. So they need to focus on that and start coming up with all these sound bites and stuff like that, because it's not going to help. What the Liberian want to see is when they go into the market, they should be buying rice for $17.50 or $16.50. It should be going down. It shouldn't be going up. So that they do all the grandstanding they want to do. That's not what we're looking for here. The Liberian people today went to the market, or yesterday went to the market in Liberia, and the cup of rice increased. If you're buying bag of rice, it increased. So we want this government to succeed. They need to cut the budget. We talked about this yesterday. Cut from other places and triple. How do you increase agriculture budget by 1 million? It used to be 4 million on the life insurance. You can't add 1 million on it. and you say you want to increase rice production, increase agriculture in the country. Agriculture should be talking about 20 million plus. No joking. No, this is not child's play. We not work. The last 6 years, all the things they were doing, healthcare, security, teacher, education, everything still suck. So if you come here trying to fix the whole thing at once, you're trying to do everything. Is it jack of all trades, master of none? We don't want no jack of all trades in our country anymore. Come and pick 1 or 2 things, keep the rest of the economy stable, but those 2 things, focus on it and make it better. That when you leave office, the Liberal will say, "Oh, there was no free education, but we were not hungry. We had jobs, we could pay our own school fees." So he better cut from other places. All that millions they cut from president office, pro tem, speaker office, the legislature. Where they put their money? Where did they put those millions? That they can show a lot of it to agriculture, security, and the education system. So, I mean, that's what we need to be talking about here, not running around and making flamboyant statement and not going to happen under my watch. It happened. Now come back and say, this is what I'm going to take from you or I'm going to give you for increase funding for agriculture. That's it. Plain and simple.
Well, I know some of my friends are making a big deal over the minister coming up and saying that and the president saying this today. I don't see anything wrong with that though. I guess it's just me. The message hit the minister office. Okay, I called the president and told him that this is what's going on. And did we talk about it? But this is what's going to happen. And the minister came out and told the public this is what's going to happen because that's what he knew. And they said that the appointment to have the meeting. And the meeting came out today, and the president said, "Oh no, I mean, deal with this in another way." But no, I can't have it go the way you want to go about it with the importers. Now, I mean, what's the big deal in that? Oh, the minister said it, and then the president said it. I look at it as the minister accepted his own way of doing things, and the president said no. The boss said no. Let's do it another way. We can't have it this way. But he communicated, and if we don't have these things, sometimes we beat them up for not communicating. One of the communication is whatever. This is his part. This is his place. He's the boss, right? So this is what he accepted, or he knew was going to happen. Only the president had that power to do what he did today, and who knows? That's what happened. The president said, "No, handle it another way with these guys because I can't have this. This is not what I want. I mean, not about what I want, but we can't have this. It's not good for our country. It's not good for our people. Let's continue to have this discussion. Let's handle it another way. I mean, but I don't think it should be handled this way. It happens all the time in any office. The head of that office, and they're all over their boss, can come out and say, no, we can't do this. Let's do it another way. Or yes, I agree with you on what you said. That's what's going on here. I don't see it to be, like I said, maybe it's just me. I'm not seeing it anywhere, whatever. But I agree with the whole long-term and short-term thing. I think the long-term thing is for our people to go back to the soil, and we have to invest in agriculture, make it look sexy, right? We have to have these people. We have to help our people. We have to Cindy, put me on board. On our farm, I'm coming. We have to do something. We have to grow our own food, okay? I'm not trusting these people anymore. From India, from China, they are not concerned about your health, about our health. They send their duplicates over there, and they send the best over here because America has the FDA, right? To evaluate whatever comes into that country for that people. In Africa, check what's in my pocket and carry go kill other than I care. That's how it is. And I think this thing should be centralized that ECOWAS be the one to take care of this. Because if one country refuse it, if Liberia having by the grace of God refuse it, they will take it to Nigeria. and somehow it would make it to Ghana. Somehow it would make it to Liberia. So I think this needs to be like a regional thing, like ECOWAS regulating these stuff. If we standing up to the Western world now, there's certain countries in Africa and stuff. Oh no, you're not allowed to keep treating Africans like this and stuff like these are the kind of things they need to be caring about. The kind of things the Western world or Asia or whatever break into our continent. We got to take our continent to be like the market, the dump site or the place that they can bring all that we are, as we say in our country. This is where because they know no regulations, nothing. Nobody there to tell them no, you can't do this. They let them in anyway, anyhow. And this is why we need to pay attention to growing our own food. To really, really pay attention to it. Cassava, whatever we eat. We swallow a lot of fufu, GB, whatever, and rice. I know rice has always been a bigger deal, but we eat other stuff too, right? But yeah, I think that we need to focus on that to have a long-term a solution than just always having to be negotiating with these people. And I don't know. I thought the market was open already. Is it just the Indian people that still control the market or whatever? So which is which? Because I didn't see any Liberian men in that meeting today. I seen all river faces of my own. So I don't know why we giving all this money.
Two Lebanese and one Fula.
Yeah. Oh, Fula people there too. Well, yeah. So it needs to be open market and other than whoever president said go back to the soil and grow more food. I don't know who said that, but before Rest Raya, my uncle Bago, my feeding, but I mean all the things that we need to go back to the soil and grow our own food. Okay, that's the longer solution that we can have in Liberia. We cannot stress this enough because it will keep on happening. If Joe Boy got moved for that and we don't take care of that situation, it's still gonna come back in the next year. And my fear is that the way our food are being handled out there these days in other countries is disgusting. When you watch it, you not want to eat anything from anywhere else. You want to have your own little everything and grow everything for yourself. And I think our people, we are too vulnerable. Africans, Liberians as a whole, our people are too vulnerable. They know no better. They see these things and they think, oh, maybe that just let me just wash it. No, it's something else that is on our food that they are sending down there and we don't know about. And our people don't know, they're just buying it and consuming it. And I think it's about time that it stops. But in the meantime, it's a good thing that they will not be paying more than we thought they would, but they need to handle it better than that. Like Francis said, they are business people too. You can't just say no. I want to make profits as well. If you can't just say I can't make profits, I might not want to put my hands in there, or I will not sell. So, I mean, would they tell these people that you're not allowed to close your warehouse? It's against the law or whatever. And the whole thing about prices have already gone up. People in Liberia always take advantage of a situation like this, right? The moment they say, "Boop," it's already up there for it even happen. That's our people. So it's not surprising to hear that the people in the market are already setting it higher than they already something. So yeah, that's all I gotta say about that. Nelson, you want 20 seconds, Vasco? You want veto me? Go ahead.
I want to ask you. I want to ask a simple question. We in the United States here, right? The greatest country. And when you look around this country, the rice, most of the rice I see around here, it comes from different countries. You have the Chinese rice here, different rice here.
Mm-hmm.
You really think America can also survive on imported rice? You really think that your Liberia will you get what it? You really think you're able to feed yourself? You ready?
What?
Asking your question.
Okay, thank you for the question. Thank you for the question, Vasco. But can we do our closing now? Is it possible?
Sure.
And then
Just the way
maybe
you can go, you just come and just jump in the situation like that.
What like bro? Fee. Thought one ain't feel like bro. Like just a bugger. What can me feel like bro?
okay, if you want to respond to Vasco, then you can do
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
first.
yeah. You see, it's kind of ridiculous. No, I got. Let me respond. It's kind of ridiculous.
I think Francis, there's. I don't think there's no need to answer Vasco because Vasco has already concluded.
There's like an elementary question. Like, be serious about yourself. The U.S. rice is not a stable diet, so don't come saying, "Oh, U.S. got rice for different countries and stuff like that." It's not a stable diet, so they don't depend on rice, regardless of how much rice come in or doesn't come, don't come in. Liberia, nobody saying that Liberia will be able.
Vasco, you asked a question.
Will be able to, will be self-sufficient, but we are saying if we can cut down our importation of rice by at least 40%, that's huge. Because the less dependent we are on foreign rice, the price will drop. It's called supply and demand. If you're not requesting for a lot of something, the price drop. If you're requesting for more of it, the price go up. It doesn't matter what happens in the global market. So understand basic economics.
So what is a stable?
If you don't have that understanding, they don't ask the question.
What is the stable food in America?
So
can I ask
that?
It's the rest. They're not stable food yet. I'm asking you.
Vasco, let me add to this, please.
It's not Vasco. That's a shame that you're asking.
The United States is a very diverse country, and you know that. That means there are a lot of people from different countries or different parts of the world that eat different type of food. And the U.S., actually, to be honest with you, is one of the major rice producers in the world. You may not know this, but the U.S. produces rice very heavily as well. The state of Arkansas, Missouri, Mississippi, California, Texas, those are rice producing states. They produce rice. Look it up. They do import rice, though. I would not lie. I must be honest. They do import rice from even India, but the United States produce a lot of rice to meet its demands.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
That's
what we are encouraging.
I know that. That's
why you ask the active question if you knew that.
Vasco, you don't know.
But man,
you may be talking about one word to cover
some of y'all say you got no in the U.S. Bible rest, the fast food rest. At the time, some of you and I wrong. On what you fast food.
The Bible we to eat like bread come from the U.S.
Exactly. So why are you trying to say? You just said that the U.S. don't you said you import rice. Then I'm like, bro,
brother, I ask a simple question. I hear every one of you talking about going back to the soil,
That doesn't mean like, bro.
What's wrong with
going back to the soil? You cannot still do away with.
But nobody said like, bro, will be 100% independent. No country on this planet is 100% independent when it comes to their food source. No country.
But that's what I'm saying, yeah.
But don't be asking this simple question.
Some of you
Nobody saying that.
Is that I hear all of you talking, go back to the soil, go back to the soil.
You like to hear yourself talk, Vasco. Nobody saying any country or Liberia will be self-sufficient 100%. All we are saying is reduce our dependence on foreign rice, on foreign importation of rice. Reduce our dependence. That's what we are saying. So you get it now?
You really believe that their government, they government.
Okay, this government politics now we understand. That's why
you really believe it.
It doesn't matter, Vasco, who does it.
We believe it that the government can bring reduction.
We believe that it can be done. That's all. It doesn't matter what this government. We know you want it to fail, but we don't want it to fail.
Oh, we pray for long left will come by here. We'll pray for long left will come by right here.
Okay, do your closing and pray.
Third one, there ain't something rest up. But I can mean how to call rest.
Tell me, the two different presidents.
But you know, Todd, you know how Liberia was looking?
Vasco, let's do our closing. Beat out. Let's go through the queue. Beat out. Where you can't get Todd.
That was the opportunity.
Vasco, let's beat out.
Me on the floor.
Vasco, you want to go ahead so I can follow? Or can I go ahead?
I know when I talk before you.
Go ahead and close.
Thank you. I will talk because when I talk now, you guys will leave your discussion and come for me. So I let we go in before you now. So
you like the attention. All right, go ahead. So we can give it to you.
I like
Go ahead. We're going to give it to you right now.
Pastor, you know what? The only thing I level you, my dear friend. That's
Yeah,
all.
let the man go. So get leave for here tonight.
The President Bouaka. I don't know how many of you people read the ADA project from Libya. It was the same President Bouaka because people were having a myth that they may got their experience in agriculture. So that project came through Joseph Bouaka. And Lofa Kante is supposed to be where that project was supposed to take shape. And that project was one of the projects that are going to help this country. What is that project today?
What year was that?
What are the equipment? What happened under the current president? We also Lofa Kante is a bread basket. Gaddafi.
Who was that?
Libya never wanted anything from us. They were doing the Manasseh area when Joseph Bouaka was the vice president. Go and read the thing I read there.
Oh, I thought you were the agriculture minister at the time. Okay, but go ahead.
He was vice president, and he was the one that project was going through. Because the people know about Lofa Kante. So they chose Lofa Kante because of the vice president. What happened to that project today? More than $30 million of people ate it, Bouaka and ate that money free.
You got document. You can bring document.
All the people, the equipment they left down there. At the end of the day, people bought some. The people that have money, snow them bought some, better than you and bought some equipment that it better than you and fun. That's the kind of damage this man did. Then today you're telling all of your rapper and I go on smoke, telling us that I will tell you, I got hope that Liberia will get better, but they're not under this calamity. These people, and I will continue to tell you, under this government, Liberia will be one of the, it will be wise.
Back to Senate. Back to Senate. Back to your house.
We have to tighten our belt. Some of us that have family in Liberia to be able to take care of them for the next 6 years.
Thank you, Vasco.
Serious government. At the time they ever gave you the things that Joe we are feeling doing in the country.
Thank you, Vasco.
You will clap for the men. Time days.
Thank you, Vasco.
What we are did in the first 100 days, you will clap.
All right, Bila, you got the
floor. Was
please mute. Please mute. Bila, you can go ahead.
Okay, I mean, mute. Let it come for me. The topic.
Thank you very much. The only person who has that belief is somebody who watched Jovia close and see that as an achievement, called black for him. But anyway, that's it. These are cosmetic arguments that he was always bringing on the platform to gain some public attention. And we have to drill a little bit by bringing on relevant issue in regards to how we make progress with some of the conversation. But we can understand the psychological boards, they always have all the weak tactics, but without fall for A. Basically, we want to thank the Liberia LDA. They did some communal work in progress of arresting people who've been impersonating in the name of A.B. Kroman and other folks in the LDA. I think that was something that we should talk about. Like we have always said, I mean, the basic things that is affecting our people, when we see it wrong, we're going to come here and say it. When we see progress in various entities, we say it, and we point out some of the basic criticism out and put forth recommendations as to how we can see our country making forward. For somebody to say there's no hope on a Bouaka, even on a Jovia who massively looted our country, there was hope. I mean, there were sectors of government that was in the dead hole, but we have some level of hope. We have a level of hope that Liberia will be taken from that massacre systems of governance to be brought up to life. So we had the hope. For somebody to say, as Liberian to say there is no hope in 6 years, then you come to sit down and say to actually see how that person is really a Liberian or not. But we can understand these things. We like to speak to every government official. You were appointed in government not on the basis of coming to gain some level of relevance at the expense of yourself or your family, but you serving people. So you should project and do what you have to do for the people. There are mistakes that we are saying. It is earlier people will say we shouldn't talk about these things. But if we do not have the courage now and girls to talk about these things at this stage, where will we be when it comes to when we shall reach years or 2-3 years from now? There will be no way we have the face to talk about some of these things, because from the early stage you have no face to talk about it. So we just like to say to President Bouaga, thank you for being the kind of a leader that has brought light to the country. There will always be mistakes, shoot away, and we will be here to correct the mistakes, no matter how the way. One thing I like about all of us that supported the rescue, we do not subject ourselves to the ideology of political party. No. We are far beyond that. We see ourselves as somebody who people should hold out there tomorrow. Yeah, so thank you. And I would like to thank you to the Spoon family for always providing these opportunities for us.
I'm coming. So I saw I actually shared the picture where the president met with the rice importers today.
Yeah.
And I mean, when you touch on it, I saw faces, and I hate to say this because I'm usually not one of those folks that will just be racist, upright, right? But I must say this on this big platform, that I saw our president sitting with almost everyone that were in the room. There were foreigners. Almost all of them were foreigners. Okay? And if you look on the side where the investor was sitting, you see foreigners, all foreigners. It's foreigners that feeding Liberians. Think about that for a second. Foreigners feeding Liberians. Foreigners determining what to bring to our country, what type of rice that we should consume. Foreigners telling us how much we should pay for a bag of rice. Foreigners determining when to bring the rice to our country and how to serve the rice to the Liberian people. There's a problem right there. Our government needs to encourage Liberians to take part in their country, in feeding their country. Our government needs to ensure that Liberians are at the forefront of investing in Liberia, open the market up to Liberians.
Absolutely.
Open the market up to Liberians, ensure that Liberian business owners have access to loans, has access to government funding to feed their people, to feed their country. I will continue to brag about this tiny Rwanda. I was there for about a month. You don't go to stores there and you see Lebanese or Indians taking over the people country. The people stores are open to their own people. Their stores are open to their own people.
You'll come after. Go ahead. Cindy will come after. Go ahead. Can you continue? Or you want Francis to go? Oh, go ahead.
So, yeah, guys. There was a good show tonight. I'm not going to use my closing to waste my time on all of folks, but I am going to push our challenge. We are firefighter challenge. We are still raising smoke alarm to send to Liberia. We started the raffle this week, and we'll be selecting the winner on Saturday live on air for the PlayStation 5. So I have the PlayStation 5 that are raffling out. So guys, every penny collected from this raffle goes to purchasing smoke alarm. We'll keep talking about it. One of our sisters that is a regular follower of this show actually sent me $100 this morning, but she said, "Oh, don't call my name." So that's 2 spots right there. And I said we need a minimum. I don't know. A minimum of 25 people before the raffle will happen. If it's 24, I will send everybody money back.
Well, elegant design.
But let's just try to, do this for our people. It's not about the game system. The game is not $50, but I'm giving it out for just so that we can raise money. We are way beyond our goal. The goal is to collect 1,000 smoke alarm. I know if we all come together, we can collect more than 2,000 smoke alarm in the next month. But because we are behind, that's why my wife is mad at me. She bought me this stuff. I never opened it to even play it, but I say, you know what? It's for a good cause. Let me raffle this game and raise some funds to purchase more smoke alarms. So, guys, join me. Join us. Let's do this thing. This the Cash App. You can Cash App. You can Zelle. And in Liberia, contact Nelson, because we will pick the winner at the end of the show on Saturday night. So we need a minimum of 25 people, $50 to get your name in the pot. If you want to increase the chances of winning, you can go 150, that's 3 chances. 100 are 2 chances, you know. But please, let's raise this money to purchase smoke alarm. Our people are burning in their homes because when the fire is going on, they don't even know they are sleeping. But by the time they feel the heat, the fire is already upon them and all the exits have been blocked. The smoke alarm will not prevent the fire, but it will give them early warning that when there's a fire, they'll be able to escape with their lives and they won't be dying in their homes. So let's do this for our people. You know, those of us outside of Liberia, we can only come here and talk about the government, talk about what's not going right in our country. We should try to put our money where our mouth is. So, you know, please join us.
Thank you.
Impact me, talk to other folks, you know, let's purchase as many as we can to ship to Liberia. Thank you.
May, are we done?
No, go ahead, Cindy. You have to conclude. Hello, boy, tackle in here.
We're talking like bro, building a man won't cry here because you're not Liberian. Don't mind. No, but let me end on this. I seen other in the comment section already saying, "Oh, this is too racist." Sometimes we have to be hard on this topic.
No, it's not racist. You know who didn't say
Liberians
that?
must be given the opportunity to take care of their nation. When you only open businesses to foreigners and close it off to your own people, and not make it competitive, and give it to people that have the money, basically the foreigners, and limit that on your own people, it's a problem. And if you don't take yourself serious, those people will not take you serious. If your food is completely reliant on those people, they will treat you anyhow, any way they want to treat you. And that's what we are talking. And I'm comparing it to Rwanda's situation. Those things cannot happen in Rwanda. Paul Kagame will sit down there and you allow some Liberian man to control his rice price or do this and just try to feed his people. We have to take Liberia serious and we have to involve our own people. Let Liberians be given the opportunity to do businesses in their country. Let Liberians be given special tax incentives. Liberian business owners be given special tax incentives so they can get involved in the businesses, feed Liberia, grow Liberia, employ their own Liberians. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. And you are absolutely right about Rwanda. I just seen a video on news there a few days, I think last week or 2 weeks ago, that there were how many Chinese were deported from Rwanda. He said Africans are for Africans, Rwanda are for Rwandans, for treating Rwandan workers, right? So I'm sitting there like, wow, what would they ever happen in Liberia? They are digging out sand, our beaches. They are everywhere, doing whatever they want to do in Liberia. You know, we are not saying other African countries are perfect, but at least for the least, they a little bit think about that people than we do in our country. So you're right. It's really alarming. Like I was saying, I thought the res market was open. When I saw those people around the table, I said, I don't see any Liberians. I didn't even see my brother Ashton Jabba in the midst of that something. And those are the things we're talking about. It's not like my brother Lynn said, it's not racist, it's not xenophobic. It's nationalistic, and that's what it is. So whoever will be saying stuff like that racist, and no country is it can be an island or whatever, but for the most part, you prioritize your people. Make them to feel like this is my country, this is my homeland, and not making them to feel that they are the foreigners. And the foreigners that we got your minister in our pockets, they are lawmakers. We run this country. No, that is not a good picture. That is not a good look. That's what we're talking about. And that has to change. Starting from the food we eat, right? I know Liberian men will want to do some stuff, but I don't think they will sit there right in Liberia and other Liberians to put poison and other stuff then on their food to something out there. It will not happen. They will care more about the people than the people from out there. People from out there just care about making money and going back to their countries. That's all they care about. So we need to think about that. The government needs to think about it. They're always saying they want Liberians, especially the diaspora Liberians to come, but how can diaspora and Liberia come home when they don't have that environment that is, conducive enough for them to do these things? Like other African countries open their door to them. I know some of our people then fight us. They try to make it look like diasporans against the ones that are on the ground, which is nonsense. It's not supposed to be that way. But even the ones that are on the ground are getting choked. before I'm talking about the ones that are over there, they are getting choked right there. And if you don't give them the same taxes and stuff, the same freedom you're giving the foreigners to move around to grow their businesses, to make money, do the same for them, or even more for them than you would do. So that's what those are some of the long terms, and we can do it. We can do it. Someone may have tried it and did not succeed. Because people didn't know better back then. People were brainwashing it, and then they having arrest rioting and all of them. They didn't know that he was looking out for them or whatever. But today, people know better. People are well informed. People read. Men of Vasco, they're doing research everywhere, all over the place. How you cannot compare the two from those days till now. So, and Liberia is too little to not be able to do these things. And we should be depending on imports, like little bit, maybe like 10 or 15%. We can do it. We can get that if everybody pay attention to agriculture. I'm very optimistic. That country is not big that it's something so huge that we can do it. And we have land there, according to people, the soil is very rich in our country. So I don't think the moment we start to put our mind to it and have some kind of patriotic mind, instead of, my party did not win, so I want it to happen because the other party won, because the other party government here, and we think about Liberia in our country, we can do it together, because it's not only the government. No, it takes every one of us, every one of us to do it. Cleaning the street, security, whatever, safety, everybody, because everybody has to play their part, not just government. Government cannot do it all. This is where we come in and say, we all need to buckle our shoes, belts, and everything, and do it while we pray along. Thank you. And it's been a great show. And like my brother Francis said, the fire alarm, get on it, and let's do it. Vasco said the calamity not going to the interior. Maybe we'll come back to and raise some calamity for the interior. So but let's do it for the city area here first.
Send you go to your country.
Where? Mark, give me back to center.
Yeah,
yeah.
I want to Grand Gila.
Grand. Oh, you said Sandy or Amy?
The fire with the city country now.
Oh, okay. I think you said Mark, give me.
But is it on the sedition? They can be lighting the fire anyway. We get it there plenty.
Thank you.
Want to sound on your country for the
CDC Grand Gila, also the CDC Pope.
Thank you, Nelson. Going to come on again. You'll just show up from nowhere and start to. So, guys, let's close the show. We are done, Nelson. Where are you? Great show. Marcia Snellin, thank you for watching. Mama Ruth, you're a rock star.
Ruth, I don't know. Ruth Sunday, Goose
Everybody
Sunday.
does Sandy. She's out. Everybody.
Brother Lane, like what? Thank you.
No, I'll tell you, Cindy, Ruth, like now everybody, when she agree with you, she crazy. She agree.
Cosmo, Moba, thank you for coming. We appreciate you all. Davis, Nicholas, thank you. Our control would do better, but I only been 4 months. Oh, your bell, he was be successful. Janet Bindu, thank you. Sekou Donzo, thank you, brother.
All right, guys.
James, no, you gotta wait for nothing. You always run here away.
Somebody call Nelson.
Thank you. But I can teleport, thank you too. I tell you,
you do the list. You do your fine job.
That's the only place I see.
Elston
I
Elston is here. We said.
Oh, Elston.
Elston, thanks for joining us. Edmond Silly. Edmond, thank you for joining us. And we have Konian Lofa. Konian is here. Konian, thank you for joining us tonight. You have already called Mr. David Nicholas, who is here. Masiat is here. Ma Janet Benu Dean is here. We have Mr. James. Is that Carzo? You already, I think you covered these people already. Yeah. Say Molu is here as well, watching from YouTube. Lofty Smith is here. Annie Flomod is here. Yeah. All of you, thank you for joining us tonight. And those listening to us, I know there are a lot of people that can be staying up late. Don't take this show for jogo.
Yes, and we can see your names, so we can call. We can say your names. All the radio listeners.
All the regular listeners, yeah. Is that Jewuru P. Bear? Jewuru P. Bear. That sounds like a crown name, my brother. Anyway, yeah, my man. Maybe we're from Grand Ghetto Ghetto. Yeah. All right. I don't know what else.
I'm trying to get him out of hibernation, but
I tell you, remember, I got stuck on here.
Mr. Tommy Junior, Nathaniel Williams, Justino. Is that Vanya? Justino. I mean, I'm probably butchering your last name. Tizo Darius is here as well. All of you. Hipco, is that Cassie? Hipco Cassie. Okay, is here. Somebody name is US Visa. Me, I want US Visa. I want US Visa, yeah. And then
we take calls today?
We did not take calls.
Nothing is in the to do.
Roberta Riches is here. Roberta Riches. Good evening to you. Trocon, is that Wale? Trocon Wale is here. Gabriel
Nicholas Payne.
Wellman is here.
Bestman, we are. Thank you for joining. I wish Terrell was here to put his number up.
I still put a number on the call. I mean, I give people the opportunity.
Yes, the vision call.
The others will call you now. Pascal, you pin your number.
You don't even know what can happen to me in my messenger if I can put my number up here.
Me get my Google voice.
Some people can just text me on day, but they just be calling me, insulting me.
Easy, like the attention.
My number, just leave it. Now, part of them right now to call me.
What?
I tell you, the little small thing we do here, some people not take it. Oh, in the morning, I was saying somebody message in the chat room so I can see it.
Look, you're not being started back home, man. You're linking out, brother.
I know, so we are not brainwashing people. I can't blame them.
They make it sound be a friend, so I will post a message or try to call me.
To open your messenger.
I said rescue people.
I'm not.
Guys, that guy Esther on the phone. He want to say something. Go ahead, Esther.
No, you don't no picture than rescue people too.
To my friends, Sandy, Francis, Amy, and Vasco. Vasco, it's always my pleasure to see you, my brother. But I just wanted to chime in real quick, since you guys have a couple of minutes for me to say a word too. I say a great show. I was following you guys in the background, and to my brother Vasco, I hope, and we all hope, our country is a country that we want to see do well on whoever leadership, and it's the only thing that we can pray for. You know, your president was there for 6 years. He underperformed. The Liberian people chose President Bouaka, and we are now pushing for Bouaka. I think if I was a citizen and I supported President I would be so grateful that today he's resting, having the best of time, enjoying his life, and the funds that he accumulated in 6 years. That's enough. He should never even dream about thinking about being a president again. He should live the best life he's living, enjoy his family, enjoy his wealth, and that should be good for him. As far as this government, you cannot judge the government in less than a year. I think we'll hope that thing will get better. We see some hiccups along the way, but we pray that it continue to get better and better, because we know we don't want our rice prices to keep climbing. And we hope they will put a stamp on it, you know, just a matter of time. You know, things start slowly at times, and then it start to progress and it gets better.
Absolutely.
Every Liberian wants the government to succeed. If you are a hater, then you are hitting on yourself. You
See,
must
every Liberian.
so the country can get better. I just
I want the government to succeed.
It's always nice seeing you guys.
Thank you. Yes.
Legend, I'm tough for all Liberian.
Vasco, you just said that out of your throat, like really. To say not all Liberian want to see the
But not all Liberian want to see the government to succeed.
Oh wow.
You say all Liberian.
You just prove us right.
No, don't say all Liberian. Don't say all. Don't speak for all Liberian.
Y'all go now. I mean, I gotta do my daddy duty. I'm about to be stuck on here.
So meanwhile, I ain't get mommy today, eh?
Now, why you got title? You got title. Stop putting the mail tire. Bro, hey, give.
Man, he can be chance. He got
the whole weight of the world.
I think you gotta call Nessie.
I've been calling him. What do you think I've been doing?
Nothing up early.
I don't enough for like start sleeping.
They show when you see it like they show now on the radio.
Okay, let me put my number. Let me get my number so people can. I got my Google Voice.
You're good at people. Take care.
Yeah, even yeah.
Let's continue on for the radio.
Yeah, you may be right, but we stay
on.
Live.
You know, we can't be on the radio like this. Let's see. When you see Nessie want rely and take like he be called over that radio. Say 12.
No,
he
didn't. He oh God, how do I pin this number? Because we find to have people calling them to just
you have to
I just heard you talking Google thing about the DA, but you know spoke on the corruption and I think $70 million or $7 million. I think $7 or $9 million. $7 million investigation. Your DA now. The new group of people just coming.
Guys, the number is, let me see my Google Voice.
By the NSA.
My Google Voice number is 267, and after the show, we're not Vasco. Let me get it, put a number.
Oh man, don't be trying to allegation too much.
Seriously, 267.
Also, you don't believe Stanton, eh?
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, man. Get a number.
267 586 5479.
But
I can't pin it. The number is
just drop it in the comment section. Something like that.
586 5479. That's mine. And let me see if I got this on WhatsApp. So I can. Yeah, how do I do that? Go on there.
Just drop it in the comment section. Yeah. So Vasco, the thing is, I don't just follow any information I see out there. I don't do it because we know the kind of society we're in. It might be true that there's an investigation going on, but that's not in any way subjects the DA to being corrupt.
The things that made all the people on Spoon Talk, all the shame. Sentosa shaking his head. I said, but even I call me Fadiga, all of Fadiga brother. He said, "Man, I can to do that DA again." Soon that day, and that's stealing almost $7 million now.
That he did not say that somebody stole.
The brother said he has nothing to say about it because he has no information.
Where there is smoke, there is fire.
I told you today. Are you saying that?
I told you, I said that every
because we have plenty small letting you say we lie to the people.
That man about
you know one thing I like about you, Vasco, you like to pick and choose. When it fit in your propaganda basket, you want to pick and run it. When Santa come and say something that Santa y'all listen to, but Santa guys say, but when it's not fitting your little wife, your Sakimochi wife, you want to run with it. That you want to be picking and choosing on what to pick and choosing do something.
So when Santa said the CDC headquarters was being invaded, was about to be invaded, what you say about it? He said
he ain't condemned.
Listen, I'm an insider in the CDC. You can't tell me say somebody with the papaya. Thank you. You're just talking for me.
You always fall for your own propaganda. You want people to fall into it. But what people will say, you don't want to accept it. But understand, yeah. That's why we will always be here.
Bro, I know. Instead of all going ahead, we're just going beyond. You're not observing it? The country that you use $22 million to fit Dusty Road.
You know, there's anything you know about you just speak about it.
You, yeah.
And we understand some of these things. For somebody,
the 22 million.
What are you expert about rule? What do you know about rule? Let me ask you.
But the thing that what that rule? That thing that we expect 22 million.
What is your expert on rule? What's your understanding about rule?
I don't discuss Dusty Road and not rule.
Where you had it?
Dusty Road and rule. Let me frame now.
That grading you had on it for the last 6 years?
Sorry. We classify rule. Dusty Road and rule.
That's what I'm asking you. What did you have on it for the past 6 years? That grading you had on it?
That's why I will put it alpha pavement or put the quota. That's what we're doing.
Where you
were celebrating Dusty Road? Go see Lofa Road.
Where were you putting quota?
Go see Lofa Road. Go see the Nima country. I took it from Ganta straight to Sunny Code. I passed my going.
I always hear you talking about that Lofa Road.
They're always trying to take Madam Salif project and make it theirs.
You see Roji, you see Maryland.
I want to ask you. You always talking about that Lofa Road. How many kilometers you guys pave? Quota. Pavement. Can you please tell that?
Kilometer? No, I cannot say the kilometer right now. I cannot say it off here right now. I start looking at my record.
You always talk about it. How come you got
I know that. Listen, I know that prior to the CDC coming to power, the entire road in the country, St. Joseph Jigging Round Day. I'm talking about paved road. It was 700 and some number behind it. But when the CDC came to power, the CDC was to do 400 plus kilometers of paved road. So CDC says and St. Joseph Jigging Round they were funded. Mr. Joseph Jigging Round they were president. All the road they faced, CDC almost equal the road they pave. That's what called great.
Basically, I told you too old for this. This CDC bring passion for young people, not you, to be talking to some small child here.
Go on the public major public website, you'll see it.
When Samuel Twa came out and lied, blitting through his teeth, the public work minister now came out and debunked his statement about facing 600 road. 1,000 or 100 kilo wetting. So why did he say Joseph Jigging Round they make more road than CDC? Stop listening. So people
we pave more road than any other government you think about. The CDC.
What?
We pave more road than any other government.
That she did not finish. Those were some of the projects that you finished. You did not pave any road.
Government
that were more than any government.
No,
those community road going to their houses. In front of their houses, in the community, that's the one you're talking about, say paving more road than any government. Something that benefiting just them and not the Liberian people. The Southeast voting for you more than whatever, and you go in there with a helicopter and it's swimming in river and they're calling it road. Then somebody try to even they be condemning that person.
I don't
What is
lie.
wrong with you?
Okay. I don't lie. Why you
don't lie. Please don't say that. Because right now you're lying just by saying that.
I'm telling you. So
you're lying just by saying that.
So I already know why I'm talking. CDC.
I'm trying to put the number here, not because I keep it quiet. I'm
thinking the number.
I'm thinking the number. I'm thinking the number. So don't put me in that thing.
You think quiet, you enjoy it, you believe it.
More road, and the more time will be on the show here, nursing going deep in the sleep.
I'm telling you, I keep calling away.
Yeah, you don't sleep now. As the night go, then the sleep becomes sweet.
And he gotta cut this thing out every.
Nancy need to give you access.
Nothing's gonna give you the realm.
Nothing's gonna give you access to this something else. So at least when you sleep, sometimes you can just take over.
I'm not a spoon play. I'm an advocate for Liberians.
I find it difficult opinion. I don't know.
I think so you're gonna put it in the chat.
What I'm trying to do.
You're looking for people to call, and all you want to call, then I mean it will come to them. Do not be thinking about Baga and Amimura. The government are complete mess. I swear to God. The army backing it and saying,
I thought I did not know how government run, but you be my time.
No, but I mean, let me friend.
I thought I'll baby, but you more baby than me.
Hey, you my boss.
But I'm baby like you, baby.
I mean, if you my boss lady, can I take a decision or informing you or getting the go ahead for you?
If you're running a department, you ask me a question. Why you answering? You asked me a question, right? If I give you a department to run, you're the manager for that department. That every decision you can consult with me before you make.
Once you are the CEO of that company,
every decision you can consult with me before you make. And what's the point of putting you there if I have to be the one making a decision for you all the time? What's the point of having you?
I have to let you know.
That wasn't a decision, though. That was something information I was being given to him.
No.
The rest, importers told more that this, and I think he's. I don't know.
I agree.
But I'm thinking that he complicated it.
They got a bull, right? Ministry of Commerce, the president, your president get over 10,000 bull. He every day
you always commenting in the comment section. How come again?
So he created.
It's not doing that. I don't know what happened.
It's not happening.
Yeah, I'm not even commenting it, but commenting not going to.
Oh,
but maybe we're not on though.
You are.
We on. We live. I mean, the show going there. Yeah, watching.
So they created this board with different group of people. They've been meeting this rest inputter and they've been going back and forth, having a discussion, and the people told him clearly their reason why they want to carry the rest press up. So I went and met the president and make the president to understand that this is it. The president said, "Yeah, we just gonna go by the thing. You have an announcement."
That's what the president said.
Now what the president told me,
You guys enjoy them.
You enjoying yourself.
So while Amimura went to the Ministry of Information press briefing to explain the thing to the whole country, if the president don't know about it, it's just because of the noise coming from the public. Because as I speak to you right now, we are organizing a serious. Let me tell you.
You're always looking for something to protest for.
No, this thing. If the
you want to
government,
protest for what economic
if the
growth,
government
they
make
come,
any
they slap it
attempt
in your face, you're
for
showing
the
your
rest price to go up, look, the protest that will take place in Liberia, because the government told us that sure we are not doing it the right way, and the brought our idea to the Liberian people to buy into it. So any attempt, you don't see any attempt for the thing to go up. That time you know the Liberian people can lift you up, then they take the hand from under you.
So in a nutshell, you tell him that the president is listening, right? Go from what I understood that.
He just have to listen. When you
Yeah.
president, you gotta listen, brother.
Yeah. So, but job, you are not doing this thing.
No. My man,
We are
Joe,
not
let me
listening.
tell you, apart from Doe, I always tell people about Doe regime as I know it myself.
How about Toba?
Left, I know the kind of level we were living. I know. I could just walk.
So because you are born daughter, you restrict achievement, restricting the Doe. Are what you trying to tell her?
I said that the president that I know, and I know the kind of level we're living.
But history has spoken about other presidents.
Yes,
I
didn't know much about Tobo.
But read history. They will tell you.
My man, I have to read story.
No, listen. Sometimes when I see you take on the platform,
I know Tobo.
We are the best president. We are is this. I mean,
he never had any best president. That's what one-time president he had. So
that's what I'm telling you.
I mean, we are the best for him.
Yeah.
Look, since the country was funded, Liberia president, we are the best president ever.
Yeah,
man. There is no person you can compare to.
Let me apologize. So what the guy that used to wear the white suit? Tobo told me we shouldn't have done that.
Yeah,
the one that said go back to the farm. That I think that was I like that. I think he was my best president. So
the only thing he said Tobo though,
go
back to the farm.
From him, what I read about him, I like him more than. I think he had a great vision for Liberia, but he was never given the chance to.
That Tobo could develop Liberia.
And he was taken out very soon. Then he was something. But I think if he was gonna be given the time, the chance, he was gonna do something greater for this country.
Liberian people can be in good hands. They be looking for a bad place to go. The same thing Tobo never looking for. The same thing now Joe we out there.
We have definitely another good hand.
They say they're looking for calamity.
Our people, our children turning into Zambia all over the place, but definitely not a good hands. Our professional auditors then dying were definitely not a good hands. Our country going down and it was definitely not a good hands.
Please don't put your zombie on us.
We were never in a good hands.
Okay,
it was definitely not a good hands that the people were in.
Not just because zombie.
That is same kush. That is same kush. Not the same thing. They just rename it. That's what it is.
What did DA boss say?
It's the same. That's the same thing that was happening.
Zombie been here more than 1 year plus.
Allah.
That country.
The man said to get a new dress.
They call it a new dress that they have discovered.
He said
the man said to get a new dress.
English word. Listen to it. Don't something. We wanted to kush. That's why we saw kush, but that drugs were there. There's no one fighting trying our best fighting drug.
They got something to have scientific name for you. The lab technician. The lab technician at the GA measured that drugs being more than a year plus. But they just discovered it.
You don't understand English. You think everybody
That's what keep coming here tonight.
Wait, let me. If my brain time reach.
Like the power of the co-host.
I just something this number and it didn't go up there either. I
put it in either. But I don't know.
To be frank,
Miss Ruth, are you still there? Can you tell us if this show is? I can see it, but I don't know.
This show is still on. I'm seeing it from my angle.
What time?
Maybe a gadget group or something like that.
Yeah, let me call you on the
Yeah,
record.
I don't think. And now you're getting in from another too.
Oh, Jesus, Claire. My grandma would say.
Yeah. That's the beauty of being host now. You got something like power. But doesn't know you got shot on LEC. So they getting people that somebody aiming the authority. You got
I told you I was a two-flat bulldog, according to my uncle Delon. Delon can say it the right way. A two-flat bulldog. Can do that correct agreement.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Ms. Bruce. How come everybody else is still commenting though?
I said the show still on. The show still on. I'm watching the thing from live from YouTube here.
There's him going to the last one.
This is a calamity.
Everything. Say your kid to power. They think all doing job we are period.
Is that my daddy, Adam Kamar?
The time job we are president want you not see Nelson ever slept on the show he left or he just leave all that window.
Nelson had to move Jovia, so you're pissed.
I guess
he had no time to sleep.
When I was giving, I guess on a picture, I don't know what are Nelson on that picture. When they get the election result, I did a bugger week. I see somebody crying, they're Nelson.
Nelson.
No,
he wasn't crying for the win. He was crying because there's something. No, there's something.
So what does he cry?
No, That's not crying for something else. It wasn't an election result.
I see that. I see that person looking at Nancy crying here. Nancy said, but he check it. Nancy not rescue too. But we know to be journalist and be rescued are too hard things. Journalist get profession, your profession gotta be balanced.
Yeah, guys, I just saw the thing.
But the guess what journalists like you see our minute, the other minute AB I mean nobody choose
yeah, the show is live.
No, I mean I complain.
The freedom party men choose their sound, so they can't hardly they can blast. Yeah.
I meant to your side, Seku Sherry.
Oh, Seku Sherry Pago. Seku Paya. Seku choose sa. But the minute choosing a sana. The minute from Prime FM minute pa the rescue minute or
I tell you, Lean like Paul. Nelson not comfortable in. Oh, people.
Yeah.
I resigned today. I tell you my resignation. The moment you go there, I'm telling you my resignation. I can't work under these conditions. I can't.
Nothing can things that just take over for him.
Nothing is having a tear dream on it.
I cannot work under these conditions.
1, 2, 3. They let in Liberia. They kind of time they can enjoy sleep.
Oh my God! Please don't say that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 12 after 12 now, so be there. 12, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. It's too much.
I hope he's not, really.
I'm about to go now. See you. I'll be the way 1 o'clock. I got 20 minutes. 20 minutes to get ready and carry my car and fire. I will network on it. I can't hold it.
Great ass shift.
Yeah, I enjoy it. The kind of time we'll go there, we'll give you having nothing much to do.
Currently switched off.
Yeah?
I told you. I think maybe that brother never gone off.
Wow, I can make Constantine. Ain't get out and shut it off because I gotta get up in the morning to get my bodies ready. And the moment my prayers, I'm going.
Oh God.
Vasco, who they bring calamity town and show you that more?
But the thing is, I'm telling you, so screen still will be happening. They cannot tell when you see it before, say.
Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial again.
I'm not correct.
And Nelson, I'm still trying.
Stand on also.
No, stand on that, Nelson.
Wow. But the brother got two WhatsApp number.
That was the second one. The WhatsApp one I called. It wasn't something. This is the second one that I just.
Let me call a messenger on the way if you want to.
Yeah, try that too, please. Because this whole show is not showing right now.
It's not really showing. It's boring.
Because we try to put the numbers up for people to call. At least it will keep the conversation going. The numbers keep going. And I read the numbers to you. I don't know if you all heard it. 267 568 5479. You can call to
for the tone and press the pound key or hang up the phone when finished.
Oh, Nelson numbers are in CLA today, guys. So
yeah, the messenger said no way. Okay.
Yeah, nothing from
maybe we should pray.
See all the men like going to make a deal now.
We need to go Vasco, pastor, you're bringing the gun to you. He's like, man, who is? Hold on. It's on screen. Number calling me. Maybe that's him. Oh, hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Who's this?
No, that's not him. That's Victor. Oh, hello. How you doing? I see the show hitting your head tonight.
Oh, yeah. You called and gave a... Okay.
This is Victor Smith.
I mean, I see
you. All right, Victor. Thank you for calling. And did you want to make a point? I know we forgot the topic downstairs because.
Yes, thank you for calling.
Can you lower your receiver? We can hear you.
Yeah, you have to.
Okay, you hearing me now?
Yeah, much better.
Okay, thank you. I really been watching, following this rice issue, and since you people staying long, I thought to weigh in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
This rice problem we've been having in Liberia started since 1979.
Okay.
Do the math. From 1979
to now.
2000. No, to 2000. That's about what? 21 years. I had another 24 years there. That's 45 years.
Mm-hmm.
In my wildest dream or in my wildest imagination, you want to tell me we can, as Liberian, find solution to this problem? But governments has come and government has gone. Yet and stay, people stay struggling with this one risk problem.
Mm-hmm.
What does it tell us?
We're doing it wrong.
It tells us the level of selfishness that we as Liberians and our leaders have exhibited since 79 riot. They see that particular rights issue as a cash cow. And if you do the math, most of the government again has something with these guys who are the rice importers. So they cannot take no firm decision. The second thing that I see is, look at our country. What is the plan that we as Liberians put in place for development that we spend over maybe 50 years, 100 years, and incrementally we develop at every stage and study our successes and our failures at every interval and improve on it. We don't have any. All we have is just misshaped issues. People can't say this is another plane. After that group leaves, they move that plane away, they start another one. We go around the same thing over and over. Country can develop like that. There's no way can develop. The only way we can do this thing is to sit as people and clearly look into our lives and the life of the generations to come and adequately plan. And after we plan, we agree and legislate these plans so that no government that will come after will change it. But with incrementally start building it. That's some of the problem we face. All of us, we are strongly anticipating that this government, led by Joseph Boakai, will think in that direction.
Absolutely.
That we can, at this point, have a national agenda for agriculture, for education, for security, for health. And we must craft the budget, the national budget, that will cater to these plans. We should do that.
Yep.
Secondly, we are people who are not just thinking for our country, for the common good of all of us.
That's the problem.
There's a book that I read and I always share with people, The Richest Man in Babylon. Read that book. Opportunities come to improve Liberians because of the selfish nature and the ingrained hatred based on petty actions. Maybe somebody followed my girlfriend while in high school, or somebody blew me in the eye, so because at this point I can't help him, so I will leave it like that. And what happened? Thousands of people lost on that kind of opportunity. We have to start thinking out of the box. You establish a concession to extract minerals out of the country, and you just put royalties of 2% on it.
Crazy.
If you want to grow wealth in this country, you must demand that Metal Steel open up the share of Metal Steel, all the Liberians buy a share in it. How many you think Liberians can buy a share in Metal Steel to be shareholders?
Right.
MEE Gold. Open those things up. That's what you call negotiation. And you want to build the middle class. So we just tired of this political rhetoric and people just talking about themselves, not about this country, and we just going same thing over and over.
Working for the next election, and not for the people.
Yes, 174 years. Liberia has not produced one Liberian millionaire, but I can name you 10 foreign millionaires that Liberia has produced.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't that rings a bell to all of? Doesn't that ring a bell to us Liberians to know that our country if we continue this path in the next 20, 30 years, we will be sideliners in our own country?
It's coming.
Can Liberians go to job? If they fail, give it to them again. Deal with them until you can find out the best among the best. Or they can't say Liberian making their business. I live in Liberia. I run a business there. I introduced ready-mix concrete in Liberia in 2015. And people thought I was crazy. Why Victor taking all his money and doing this thing? Because I know the value. I work in the US 14 years in concrete industry. I design concrete. So I thought I could introduce it in my country.
Absolutely.
And I did. Now see, the foreigners saw the worth in it. We got 4 different concrete batching plants that are in country.
See?
And now I can get support from my Liberian government.
That's exactly what we're talking about, Victor. That's exactly what we're talking about.
So until we can look square in the face of the nation and say, look, it must start here. We have to correct this country. You didn't want to live in the US. I don't want to live here. I want to live back home where I can come from work and go visit my friends and talk and see my common childhood friends grow together. So some of us are taking the hard road. We will not relinquish that effort. We will support Joseph Boakai and his government. We keep on telling him where he is going wrong, where he's doing right. We'll go in the darkness and talk to people to talk to him. Let him talk the talk and walk the walk. Let's make this country a better place for all of us.
I agree.
Let's stop seeing ourselves. Just I'm satisfied. I don't care for the rest. And one thing that we must understand again, we got functioning stupid people in Liberia, excuse me for the language. Functioning stupid people. Where you tell them this is red, they will tell you say it's green. And this can be exhibited in the traffic pattern in our country. Stupidity is, it can walk in the street. They may see a 2-lane road and he goes in the opposite direction and the traffic is stuck. That's a functioning stupidity.
I saw that a lot. Yeah.
The guy know the motorcycle is a moving bullet, but he failed to put on the safety armor, and he thinks he's stronger than the other moving vehicle. That's one of the problems. Last but not the least is that I got too many friends in the legal practice. And I can accuse them and say the country is getting better because of you lawyers. Your lawyers then you can make sure the foreigner pass the law. It's wrong. If those things are not happening, I can tell you, this country will keep talking. Me, I'm 61 years old. In the next 20, 30 years, when I be on the door, I'll be sitting there and waiting for my children to bring me food to eat. But why would it hate me if we don't change this country during our lives?
You know, Mr. Victor, you're so right. There are a lot of people in the country who have this great plan for the country to do better. But the people who, I don't know if this is the same mindset that the people who run for offices have until they get there, or they just don't care. I don't understand it. So, and it was good. Bravo to you for standing up to your lawyer friends and telling them the truth, because there are some of the bigger problems in our country. You're right. That got the countries going the way they're going. Bribes and letting not just foreigners but people with money do whatever they want to do, and it's disgusting. But and then with this same old mindset, this is the way things work here, and it really pains me when I hear people saying those things. So I'm very. I mean, there's a lot of people like you with this mindset. I want to see that country doing well, but it's just that the people that we have in a power to do these things, we can't hear them having this kind of passion. It's just one of them who can't change anything. So, Bida, do you have any question for Mr. Victor before he leaves the line?
Yeah, Mr. Victor, thank you for calling, and we take thanks for your nationalistic stance when it comes to supporting Liberia. But there's the issue I want you to address. What is your thought when it comes to the issue about leadership in our country? Where do you see the problem from? Basically, restricting it from the Liberian perspective, why do you think we always have the problem of leadership, especially at the national level?
Okay. For me, I'm from the Methodist background. I grew up in the Methodist church. I'm not hearing you.
No, go ahead. We can hear you.
Hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're hearing you. We're getting you.
I grew up. I'm a Methodist. I grew up in Methodist church. And one system that we have in the Methodist church is to build leaders, to develop young people. Most of the political parties, they don't build leaders. They don't. In the US, you see that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, they build leaders from the very grassroots.
Mm-hmm.
And as they build those leaders, they instill into them, due to a national patriotism or patriotic attitude to the country.
That's the key word, patriotism. Mm-hmm.
Yes, and that consciousness is being hammered until the guy reaches to the point where he is elected as a leader. If you are my wife and I violated a national code, you will be the first person to call me out and say, look, you did this thing wrong. In fact, I'm going to report you to the state. Why? Because that national consciousness is built from childhood. It's ingrained into them.
Yeah.
So to protect that national patriotic core value, we lack that in Liberia. Most of the political parties are organized about individual interests, not national interests.
Right.
And for full disclosure, I'm a founding member of the Liberty Party. In 2005, we gave birth. In 2004, 2003, we gave birth to the Liberty Party. We met in Las Vegas to discuss the direction of Liberty Party. And in the manifesto, we were first looking at building leadership, building financial strength of the political party before going for political position. So the party, we have a business wing, establish businesses to create jobs while they are vying for political positions, and instill into them what they will do when they get into position.
Mm-hmm.
If you start planting political parties like that, when they reach to that level to take national leadership, they will carry with them that core value of wanting to change the country for the best. That is missing in the political institutions. The churches started, but that's not for national They're building those leaders for church leadership. Political parties to build leaders. You can even start as low as in elementary school. Start instilling into the kids how nationalism pays off, how patriotism can change the dynamics of your life.
Mm-hmm.
By the time you reach up here, you are there. And those are the things, those are the kind of things we got to be thinking about. I can tell you, after a while, there will be no CDC again because Georgia may not have interest in political again. And one political party that I'm not a member of but have some respect for is the NPP. Since Taylor left the scene, the NPP still standing because you know why? Syria Allen and the group look into the future and they invested into properties or into businesses that is paying them today. So I don't care how you shape NPP. Financially, NPP is strong to make change in any country, not just political willpower, but financial strength.
Yeah.
Most of the political parties don't have it.
Peter, can you read a number, please?
Besides that, we are lazy. Liberians are just look. We don't want to take the high road. Once you start being hard, then they say, "Oh, that guy here, you're looking for a job." No, I can create. You can create job, but you have to look at the bigger picture. It is not me. By the time I reach 80 years old, I can make no contribution. I'm a baby. In my life, at this point in time, I must be able to make, my contribution to my country.
You're right.
Thank you,
You're right.
So those are the things. Those are the things we have to look at. We have to be very serious and start using BNA solution.
You're right, Mr. Victor. Thank you so much for your call, for calling tonight. I guess you're the only one who remember the number when I read it out. Everybody's still asking me for the number. Thank you so much for your input. I see that you're in Liberia, and whenever.
No, presently I'm in the U.S.
Oh, okay.
I'm going back. I'm going back to Liberia on the 28th, next Tuesday.
Okay.
I was here for my son's graduation. He got his BSc degree in mechanical engineering.
Oh, awesome.
So I came to celebrate with him. Yes, I'm going back. And we are making our contribution. I'm teaching. I'm doing my business. So I will be there.
That's good. That's good. Thank you. And would like to say congratulations in advance to your son. And thank you for all of the support. Thank you. It was a pleasure having you tonight.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, somebody talking about announcing the number, right? You can call on 267-586-5479. Again, 267-586-5479. You can call to make a contribution. We will allow, you can call and make input on any issues of concern. It should get being long, be respectful as to how you make your comment. And we appreciate that. So, Adam, we're asking for the number again, 267.
Okay, so someone else is calling, so let me see.
Okay.
Hello, this is Amy's phone.
Hello.
Hi, are you calling to make your input on this show?
Yes, I'm one of the latecomers.
Okay, no problem.
And see this side that you guys are up, so I just want us to tie it together.
That's right. That's fine. Nothing got us doing.
I just want to say thank you to the man that just called ahead of me.
Yes, he was very logical.
Yeah, he get a great point. But my tip tonight.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so my tip tonight is two things I want to talk about. Though I came on late today because I just got out of work. But
oh, I didn't get your name though.
Oh, I'm Ivan Cooper.
Okay.
I'm calling from Delaware.
Okay.
So I listen to the show every night and I will hear different views.
Ivan Cooper.
Yeah, I got it.
I'm calling from Delaware.
Okay.
Yeah, I was in the background, in the chat room, chatting earlier on. But my thing is, I don't want our president to listen to the noise too much. But our president will hold him not for his campaign promises.
Mm-hmm.
I will want to hold this probably for a keyword that he always making during his presidency. He always say it's not going to be business as usual.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but we are seeing a lot of things that seems or look like business as usual right now.
Mm-hmm.
And we know it takes time for him to respond. He's watching, he's weighing the options, and he will come by the right time. But the thing about the rise, you see, I'm not school in the commerce area. I know government carry weight. Government carries power.
Mm-hmm.
Liberians are smart people. And we can make things happen when we get help. So is it possible that the government can stop allowing those people who are importing to determine the price? Because I thought it was the Commerce Ministry that determined price and have power over price control in the economy.
Right? Yeah.
And Sandy made a clear point tonight. The majority of the importers are foreigners.
Mm-hmm.
With all the millions of dollars we're hearing in the budget, why wouldn't the government of Liberia, if these importers are making their demands, don't want to negotiate, don't want to come to a place where the Liberian people will benefit because that's our stable food?
Right.
The noise been going on for years, that they called for this 45 years plus. And now, is it possible that the thousands of dollars the lawmakers are taking home as state, the gas slip, now all other incentives they're getting, with the Republic of Liberia government try to silence those guys and import the rice as a government entity, or empower Liberians to import the rice and let Commerce Ministry control the price? Is that hard for the government of Liberia?
Mm-hmm.
Government is responsible to feed its citizens. They're not bringing the rice in for free. We're going to buy it.
Okay.
So why can't the government play a major role or want to bow down to the importers all the time?
You got a great point.
They are not building Liberians. They are taking their money outside.
Mm-hmm.
Those importers are not building Liberia. We don't know what deals they are striking because people within the government are getting their cuts.
That's why Mr.
They are getting their
Victor just
cuts.
make a point on
It's
that
not
too.
just from this federal government.
Yeah.
So the government needs to look at the plight of the people, how the people are suffering, and try to take a pivotal role that the government itself will negotiate those deals to import things for the people.
You're right. Well, thank you.
There are a lot of issues, but Mr. Boyka will hold him to the business as usual. That's on my mind. That word, that phrase I always use, we're gonna hold on to that.
Yeah, that's a valid point. Thank you for calling.
Thank you so much.
So guys, if you try calling Nelsie again, I hope you're trying Nelsie while I'm doing a because this is not gonna be an all-night thing.
Next thing I have to mention them on because trying to play is not going. Let me try again.
So guys, the number is 267-586-5479. The number is 267. Adam Kamar, you said you wanted to call in. And Papi Solo. 267-586-5479. And you can make your point as well until we get Nelson to come on and turn it and call it a day or night. whatever. Yeah. I enjoy Mr. Victor. That was a
Yeah,
very good point.
the bill be a lot of point. And you see, I read a script or I listened to a motivational speaker, and when he talk about leader, he said mostly people see. I think there's a feedback, right?
No, somebody calling too. Hold on.
Somebody calling.
Hello.
Yes. Pardon me. It was Papi Solo that just called.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. All right, thanks for your call.
So he talk about leadership, and when I listen to him, I actually think in direction of that motivational speaker. There is a Ghanaian motivational speaker who I just forgetting his name. He said always people see leadership like always leading, right? He said mostly people don't look at the productivity aspect of being a leader. He said when you are a leader, you should be able to be people who will come behind you and your legacy will live, and people will say yes, he's part of this generation, or he's part of this so and so person leadership, mentorship. But mostly more people think leadership is all about leading and giving necessary results that should only affect the particular organization you found yourself in. But people don't look at impacting those that are behind it.
It should just be about them.
But yeah, they don't care. And when you talk about the political party issue, and that has always been, you see more political parties come out during election time. At the end of election, you will not see that existing again. I mean, because those guys can just come for themselves. They go out there, they get money, they come and say, okay, I want to be president, right? You want to be president, but you only look at your self agenda. You don't want to, decentralize the party to a certain extent of people to say, yes, this party is for all. So it is not about that particular individual. Come on, everything finished.
The party's dead.
There's a lot of political party today. Only a few political parties, like you said, the MPP and other political parties, you can say the Liberty Party, few political parties trying to do some level of not centering leadership around individual, because at the end of the day, you come with your money, and you want to become president.
One second.
Okay.
Hello.
Good morning, Amy.
Good morning. What's your name and where you calling us from?
Yeah, my name is Konya Lofa. I'm calling you from London this morning. I've been following the show.
Oh, hi, Konya. Welcome.
Yes, not too bad. I've been following the show. It's been a great show this morning. And just to buttress what the president said is that if these people continue to increase the prices of rice, continue to disobey our law, I think we should expel them from the country. I think they're taking the piss out of. Yes.
Don't you think that's a little harsh?
Harsh?
No, it's not harsh. You are in America, I'm in the UK. If we obey these people's law, you know the consequences. For example, driving offenses. If you went to Lebanon, you went to India, and then you broke the law, you know where it is like. We can provoke their licenses. I'm just saying they're taking a piss. Because the game they're playing is that every time they threaten artificially increase the prices of rice. Because what they're doing, they will create artificial shortages of rice on the market. I think you listen to some of the people, some of the marketeers that were interviewed. So you go somewhere, they will tell you, say, oh, no rice. Oh, we don't have the amount of quantity of rice you want to order. So they do this artificially, keep the rice in their warehouses, and then say, look, we don't have rice. Or in fact, the taxes India has tax us on the importation of rice is high. So why would we the consumer, why should we be affected? Because of the taxes raised by government from another country where you are importing the rice. we don't think it's actually fair on the part of the Liberian, you see, of the Liberians, or the consumer, because we are the consumers, you know. They bring the goods, we buy the goods from them.
So, Brother Lofa, you think that these information, like the information that the Commerce Minister put out there that taxes went up 20%, is he getting it from the rice importers themselves, or is it something that he's getting from India?
He is just listening to hearsay mean you just hear the news, because the rice importer have gone to him say, look, this particular type of rice from India, you know, I mean, just that there are increment on the taxation from India. So the importers now from India, those that are importing the rice from India, they are asking the Commerce Ministry to level taxes, you know, maybe reduce the taxes. And because of the misinformation between that of the minister and the importer, so we are left with no alternative, you know. The customers are left with no alternatives but to pay the price of their, you know, alleged tax inflation from India. Because they didn't make any mention of America, the parboiled rice. They didn't make mention of, you know, the long grain rice. So the Commerce Minister came out to say, look, yes, there will be taxes, but on this particular bag of rice. He didn't say, oh no, it's all over. So we don't know what they have gone on between
so this is
and the importers.
This is interesting, right? So do you think that these people could be making these things up, or are they providing any documentation to the minister?
They are making it up. If you are getting supply, if a supplier is supplying you certain type of rice commodity, if the supplier increases the price, you have got alternative market. You can buy from another supplier that has now increased the taxes on their product. So for Pakistan, for Eastern Pakistan. So if this India and Pakistan, they are the same country.
Yeah.
It's just a different name.
Napa, all those places.
Okay, the basmati rice or the Tada basmati rice from India has increased because of taxes imposed by the Indian government. So I can also I can switch and go to Pakistan and get a supplier that will reasonably reduce the price of rice, you know, of my demand. You see, demand, supply, you know what I mean? So, but they cannot punish us to say, look, because the Indian government has increased prices, so we are going to increase our prices too on the Liberian market. You see, I hear a lot of people say, look, the rest of the prices of rice in America is higher, and that of the prices of rice in UK is higher. But every country have got their set prices. They have got prices.
And so the quality too is different.
The quality. So if you are bringing high quality, you can set it the same price as usual. But you cannot say because the government, the Indian government has increased taxation on this particular type of rice. So when we bring it to Monrovia or Liberia, we're going to increase prices. So what I think they need to do is to reasonably consider that the prices that have been leveled by the Commerce Ministry should be the one we should go by. So I think the president is right. I think the president has listened to the calls from the Liberian, because if the president had endorsed what the Commerce Minister is saying, that obviously there'll be increment in the prices. I mean, like today, this morning, I think even yesterday, there'll be a lot of protests. Protests will have started since yesterday. And
sorry, you got a question?
I want to ask Brother Konya. Brother Konya, thank you for calling and making your input. I understand. But do you really think when the government have an alternative, like from those that bring in rice? Because I know the market is not that competitive, right? So if the government have another alternative, do you think they were having to go in meeting with those guys to discuss about not agreeing with increment with the president? Do you really think they had another alternative?
Yes. What You mean the importer? Whether the importers have another alternative?
No, what are the government had another alternative from those importers that they have meeting with today?
Yes, what we can do is to first drop the level of taxation on the importation of rice. So if, let's say, you and myself, if we were to advise President Bouakai, is that what one piece of advice we could give him is that, look, this government should reduce the taxation on rice importation. So it means that all those people that are bringing, all those importers that are bringing rice into the country, we should have a waiver. That's alternative. We should have a waiver, but it is not good. It's
a waiver saying what?
Practice.
You mean the waive tariff on drugs? Yeah, that's what you mean?
Yeah, reduce the tariff. Make it free. Yeah,
okay.
Make it free. Yeah, let's make it free. Because we do not have the capability for now to produce, to go into rice production.
Yeah, it takes time.
We will hold the president feet on fire because he has once been an agriculture minister. So we want him to introduce, to bring about a vibrant nationwide agriculture initiative by bringing in equipment. Maybe we can even use the army. The army, in peacetime, the army could be used for agricultural purposes. The army could be used for building bridges, for building roads. If we have equipment like the road project where we just spend, according to he just spent 20 million. That 20 million that they just spent for the road project, we will buy our own equipment. The government will buy its own equipment, give it to the engineering battalion of the army, to do the roads. Those equipment could still be owned by the government. But you see now what we have gone wrong, what the government has gone wrong. Giving 20 million, investing more than 20 million, about 22 million, into the road project. That is wrong. I think they need to re-collaborate. You understand that? So with the aspect of the issue of the agriculture initiative, what I would suggest to this government is that, look, Mr. Bouakai, instead of you dangling around, instead of this government dangling around with these rice importer, I'm sure, I know that it's going to take fewer years, for us to get on path, like what Siri Ali was saying on Spoon TV last night, So what we can do is that we have the requisite equipment. We can buy the equipment. We can train the agriculture battalion. We can train some of those pepper riders to operate these machines. What is said that we cannot grow our own food? Since 1979, we've been having problem with the rice issue. This rice. It's very, very shameful. I think we should get on the path like Rwanda, like Ivory Coast, like Ghana, like Sierra Leone. You know what I mean? We cannot keep doing the same thing over and over. The wrong things over and over. You see, how long it takes to get agricultural equipment? How long, my people?
Yeah.
It's not hard. It's not difficult. There's one gentleman on the show I really enjoy. I think he's a farmer. We can buy the equipment. We train our boys. We train a lot of these paper riders. And,
all these Zogos, rehabilitate them.
Yeah, all these. Yeah, because we call them Zogo because they haven't got anything to do.
Right.
You will not call me Zogo. Nobody will call you Zogo because you have got a job to do. And if they don't have a job to do, the only thing they can do is to turn to drugs because they are frustrated. Our government cannot provide services for them. There's nothing like income for them. I mean, I live in the UK. People who do not work, they are still paid by the government. They are on social services. They are on employment from the Department of Work. The Department of Work will give them money, something like $150 to $300 to £300 a month. You see, but it's not like in Liberia. You see, because here, where I live, what I know is that students get even the little children, 16 up to 17 years old, they get money, weekly allowances from the government. But it's not like that. So that's why we see those children in the street in Liberia selling biscuit, selling bread and butter.
Do you understand what I mean? So because our government haven't done well for our people to benefit from the national resources from our country, you see, and there where I come in with what injustices where in the national wealth of our country is not being enjoyed by everybody. You see senators making $15,000, $20,000. They got the best car. They got the best air-conditioned car. You know what I mean? They got a few slip. But what about the little boy, the little child in Grand Bassa? What is about the little child in Foya? What is about the little child in Grand Gila, in Zwedru? What is about the little child in Yekepa who is walking barefooted, who does not get even $10 from the government a month? My people, let us be fair.
Yeah.
Let us be fair. The government need to do better. There's no look. I was listening to the program yesterday. It said drugs got missing. I was one of those that caught. You know, when I started working in Liberia, I was one of those that caught NDS staff that were stealing drugs. I caught them. I turned them over to the police. Do you understand? So people are taking the drugs from the hospital. People are taking the drugs from the clinic, from the very clinic, carrying it to their drug stores.
Yeah.
Why should we treat ourselves like this? You see. So we need to get back on the table, get back on path with other countries, you know, with agriculture. Let us bring the equipment. It is a challenge to President Bouaké. I want to challenge him to bring agriculture equipment so that we can treat our people. They're talking about transportation. We need trams. In America, you call it trolley. I'll be in America next month anyway. I'll be in America in July. Yeah. So I've seen this thing worldwide. Where I live, there are trams. So instead of forcing our boys to leave the street, the motorcyclists, which is good, but I mean, according to law, by right, the motorcycle is supposed to be trained. They should have insurance. They should have proper gear, you know, riding equipment, like the helmets, you know, those are true. But we can also have alternative for the public. We can have trams. We can collaborate with British frames. We can collaborate with Belgian frames, you know. We can collaborate with American frames so that we can have trams. We can have trolley in the city. You know, we can have trains leaving from Morovia to Grand Bassa, leaving from Morovia to Lofa County, leaving from Morovia to Sanikole, to Yekepa. You see, those are the things that we're supposed to be working on. Because if you tell me, say, don't ride your motorbike, and you have not even trained me to ride motorbike, because most of those ride motorbike, they don't even have licenses, you see. But I mean, once they are able, because I don't even know how to turn the motorbike on. I mean, Amy, I don't know how to turn the motorbike on. I'm very afraid. Yeah. But those people, once they can prove that they can ride, practically we can see them riding. I mean, there should be a way out that we can permit them to ride by giving them licenses. You cannot take the bread and butter from the person. Do you expect the people to be happy?
Yeah,
you're right. You're right, Sonia.
America, when you went for your driving test, you were able to demonstrate to the instructor that you can ride a car, automatic car, because in America you could use automatic cars. So if a rider can demonstrate that they can ride motorbike, why should we tell them, say, oh, you have to do this one, you have to go through training? I mean, with the road safety act, we can be able to tell them, look, this is what you should do in the traffic, this is what you should do in the traffic.
I think that's what the problem is, the road safety. Yes. Like, because in America, we have a book that we have to study. You have to study all the signs. You have to study all the what to do, even when you're driving behind a school bus, or when you see the ambulance, or when the light, or what all the colors, everything you have to know those things before.
We can show them.
Yeah. So that's where
we have seen them riding.
Yeah.
Even people who master riding truck, they still make accident. People who master riding car, they still make accident. So if we can see a typical pepper rider to demonstrate that they can ride, I mean, we can teach them the highway code, the traffic rules and regulation, and then we give them license to say that, yeah, you are licensed to ride in the city. But this is what you should do. This is what you should do. So it should not be a barricade to their progress, because they don't have jobs. 3,000, 4,000 of those youth, they don't have job. The only thing they do is to carry people around. You know, when I went to do my passport, this motorbike ball took me for rehab Joshua by the president's house. He took me all the way to foreign ministry because I had to be there before 6 o'clock. Even when I got there, the line was I had 14 people ahead of me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's how I like. Yeah.
Yeah. So they can do the job. So we should not embarrass them and say, "Oh, you have to go to school," because it will cost them a lot of money.
I don't think they're.
But if they can demonstrate that they can rap, why not?
Yeah, Mr. Lofa, I think that's what it is. I don't think they just want to embarrass them. They're thinking about other people's safety too.
There's a lot of consideration.
There's a lot of consideration. It's not about them wanting to take them off.
They even looking at the public health issue aspect. You know, there's a lot of collaboration coming.
You asking me to go for training, to go get my license, and you haven't trained me.
But the government is not responsible to train them, though. Let's be fair. Like you mentioned the United States. The government only have the only thing we should be talking about is having system in place, having the rules and traffic rules and laws and stuff. That's all the United States government. That's what the state has. You have to take that book. You yourself go through it. You pay whatever you need to pay. You go through it. You study it. You do your own training, and then you come and demonstrate to them. The government is not responsible to give you that training. Because I know in Africa, everything we want government to do it. Let's be fair and be honest. The government, you go and buy a motorcycle, the government did not send you to buy that motorcycle. Whatever that motorcycle requires by the state, you have to go by it. They will not personally something.
But the police can also, the transport ministry, in collaboration with the police, they can set aside a training program. Maybe one day in the UK, it's one day basic training. You are allowed to ride. It's one day. So those that have not gone through this basic training, so they can set aside 1 or 2 days, maybe a weekend. You document that, you have come, you took the training, we ID card you, we register your bike, we have a complete database of those who attend and who will not attend. And those who do not attend to be certificated, then we can ask them to come in another time. And it should not be only for Monrovia. It can be extended to all parts of Liberia. You see, because people from Zaza will not be able to come to Monrovia. People from Banga will not be able to come to Monrovia. People from Tapeta, Yekepa, people from Zuedru, people from Tuzon will not be able to come to Monrovia. People from Maryland. So we have to extend the training program to every part of the country.
Decentralize it.
If we say we want to be we decentralize it. You see, most of people are more educated than me. You decentralize the process.
It's a more
1 or 2 days, basic training, certificate, then have a complete database. Look, in fact, with that, we can be able to know how many motorcyclists are in Liberia just by documenting them.
Yeah.
Yes, we can be able to document them. Maybe even find the VIN of the motorcycle, because most of them will cause problem. Most of them will take phone from people and run away. I beat one of them, in the village who were trying to rape me off. You see, I beat him in the time. The time came for his rescue. The time came for his rescue. Oh yes.
You got a police name like Beaver. Thank you. Is that Nelson?
Yes.
Oh Jesus Christ, you are Lord. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Luba.